AFSCME. We're requesting the improved insurance tiers, this time for RECC bargaining unit members. And so with that, I will stand for questions.
Okay, are there any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, next we'll go on to item G, request approval of amendment number 4 to collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, New Mexico, Council 18, Local 1413-M.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is our final contract amendment for today that we are proposing. We worked closely with the AFSCME representatives for the medical bargaining unit at Corrections. They have had ongoing staffing issues and came forward and asked that we consider decreasing the staffing levels in order to increase compensation within that bargaining unit. And what we are proposing today is the elimination of 2 LPNs and 1 half-time RN within the bargaining unit in order to have a budget-neutral increase to salaries within the bargaining unit of 12.75%. But a component of that is the creation of a new position within the medical bargaining unit, which is a medical aide, and that position is a lower level position than nursing, but provides assistance to the nursing staff so that their attention can be on the more high-level medical needs of inmates, while the medical aide does things such as distribution of medication. And so the elimination of the 2.5 positions would fund this new position as well. In addition to that change to compensation, we are proposing allowing a referral bonus program, as other bargaining units have within this bargaining unit, with the potential to earn 2 $500 referral bonuses for employees who come to the county and stay for 6 months or a year. We're also proposing the revisions to the insurance tiers that we have discussed, increasing each insurance tier by 6% so that anyone who received a COLA is not unintentionally bumped into a higher insurance tier. And finally, we're proposing the elimination of the sick leave incentive program for this bargaining unit and the allowance of the use of sick leave in 1-minute increments. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, both Rachel and Sonia. I think the referral bonus aspect is useful. There's nobody better to entice somebody to come work for us than somebody that already works for us. On a sort of side note, related note, in my past business experience, using a referral bonus has been useful, but I also use a referral penalty that if you refer somebody that's terrible, you owe me $50. Because there's a lot of work and headache that goes into HR to bring somebody on board, so they know that that they better refer somebody good. So anyway, with that, I'm happy to make a motion to approve item G.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second
Under
from
discussion?
Commissioner Bustamante, under discussion.
No, me.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you also. I really appreciate the work that went into this, and I'm glad we're reached agreements that help our staff do even better. And the health insurance seems like a big deal, and everything is really good. And I wanted to add one thing about Sonia. I'm really sorry to be you're leaving, but I wanted to say I'm also jealous.
Thank you. Thank you.
Got to retire too, so come on.
I'm only half retired.
Okay.
Trying to avoid becoming a full-time commissioner like some of my friends to my left here. So anyway, enough of that. That was my second.
Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. I hope that we will see you here again in the dais. You are not leaving today. We have you until the end of the year, so I hope that we see you again, but if we don't, we will see you at the Christmas party or somewhere along the road and be able to truly celebrate you. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, next we'll go on to request approval of the recommendation of the Santa Fe County Office of Emergency Management Task Force, Santa Fe County OEM Task Force, Chair Roger Hemez, Federal Engineering, Inc., and Mike Dubé. Okay. Did I say your name? Oh, wow. Okay, welcome. Well, are you Chief Hemez?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and respected members of the governing body. My name is Roger Jimenez. I'm the police chief with the town of Edgewood. I had the pleasure and the obligation of being the chair for this task force. Before you, I trust that you have the memo that we submitted to you all. Yes, ma'am, so I will not bore you in reading it. So if you all have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer any of those questions at this time. But the task force was put together, and we put together this little memo with the help of the county and Ms. Tina Salazar, who is absolutely awesome. So I just wanted to give her kudos for all her hard work. And we stand for any questions before Mr. Duvay actually gives his presentation.
Are there any questions from the board before Mr. Dubé? I assume you're from Federal Engineering? Okay. Gives his presentation? No, I think we all appreciate very much your memo and the hard work that has gone into this task force. So thank you for being here. We appreciate you taking the time away from your community to be here with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the governing body. I actually have a commission meeting in Edgewood, so if you'll excuse me, I need to skedaddle.
If I may, Madam Chair, thank you for
Yeah.
your service on this, with this group.
My pleasure,
Sincerely,
Commissioner.
and for all those who participated in the evaluation in this process.
My pleasure, thank you.
Yeah, before
Yes.
you go, then I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
I just want to publicly say thank you so much for the time and the leadership and sharing of knowledge and whatnot. I know what an effort it was, but what a big help it is to our community, and really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. And you are part of Santa Fe County, and we appreciate that. So thank you, and say hello to all your other fellow commissioners, and thank you for sharing us with us.
Sure will. Thank you.
Okay,
Good night.
thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mike Dubé. As was pointed out, that's the correct name and correct pronunciation. You got the accent over the letter E, so Mike Dubé, that's me. I'm from Federal Engineering, and my purpose today will be to give you a kind of a summary of findings over an engagement to perform an evaluation of the county's Office of Emergency Management and Emergency Management Program that, if I understand correctly, evolved from a resolution by the Commission earlier this year to have a third-party review of the existing program. So, probably displayed in front of you, it's always good just to kind of situate things in time, is looking at the project timeline. It was fairly aggressive. It started on the 31st of March with a purchase order received from the county pursuant to a proposal made by Federal Engineering on the March 8th. Oh, so you're just listening to me? You haven't got it displayed in front of you, or yeah, you do?
No,
Oh,
we
okay,
do. Wait.
you got it. All right. On the 19th of April, I submitted an initial request for information just to gather background material, so that would assist in putting together what an assessment would look like. On the 22nd of May, there was a formal project kickoff meeting. And on the 25th of May, which just preceded the 25th of May to the 5th of June, there was a conduct of virtual and on-site data gathering and interviews of the task force members, of which there were 8, and other county staff. On the 13th of July, the first draft of current conditions was delivered. On the 18th of August, the task force was briefed on that report. On the 6th of October, the draft of the assessment and recommendations report, which is what I will be speaking to today, which encompassed phases 2 and 3 of the initial statement of work. And on 24th of October, the task force briefing on the assessment and recommendations was made. The report, as it was adopted by the task force with the recommendation to submit and present it to the Board of Commissioners, and that's what we're here today for. So quickly, for those of you, some of this is covered in the report, but just as, again, as a refresher, it's always nice to kind of look back. The original project had 3 phases. The first was the current conditions analysis. The second phase was a review of staffing, operations, and technical components of the program, along with one that's not stated there, which was governance. And then phase 3, an assessment and recommendations report. At the request of the task force and of county staff, phases 2 and 3 were combined into a single component, and that was the kind of the meat of the report that I'm presenting. So the focus of today's presentation will be to present a summary of findings of the assessment and recommendations report. So the summary of findings and recommendations, we focused while writing and developing and assessing, we focused on 4 areas of focus as per the statement of work. So we looked at staffing, we looked at operations, we looked at technical and technology, and we looked at governance. Out of that, 45 recommendations were made, and it could have been a lot more, but it was whittled down to 45 that were more or less achievable in the near and middle term, and those you will find in detail in section 6 of the report that has been distributed to you. And out of that, we identified 10 recommendations that should receive immediate attention. With regards to staffing, so the current authorized staffing of 4 full-time equivalent positions is appropriate. There was some analysis done using comparative data from other medium-sized counties across the country, and the details are in the report, as you know. And that number jived for a county this size, whose responsibilities are specific and restricted to emergency management. The core functions of each of those 4 FTEs, I think, needs to be confirmed or considered after a review, whatever the next steps the county chooses to take with regards to this, in how they would be split. Also looked at staff development and training, both internal and external. So what I discovered, or what was discovered, was that the internal training is somewhat unstructured. It is not aligned with existing available programs, such as FEMA's Emergency Management Professional Program, well-defined 3 evolutions, as it were, or 3 steps to reach the highest level, and there's a number of other programs along the same way, either delivered academically or through other sources. From an external perspective, there was no evidence or very little evidence received of training for county staff. So county staff from other departments have a critical role to play, particularly in the management of emergencies. For example, Public Works plays a critical role for any kind of infrastructure damage or anything of the sort, but there was an indication of little to no training for county staff. This was a frequent statement that was made. There appeared to be no clear succession planning strategy within the division, and I was also asked to comment on what professional emergency management certifications or staff skills would be ideal or best suited for people entering into those positions. From an operations perspective, and this is perhaps to me the largest structural not component, but the issue that affects the entire operation of the Office of Emergency Management in its current form. It has conflicting roles. It has roles of emergency management, which is a more deliberate planning discipline, with that of response, which is immediate and has timeliness considerations that must be acted upon immediately. And what it appears, or how it was relayed to me, was that the focus has been on responding to events rather than focusing on what an Office of Emergency Management, what an emergency management program should. And that was clear in a couple of situations. So as a result, there was insufficient attention to the emergency management core functions. As an example, the official plan, the official emergency operations plan, has not been updated since 2007. So this was confirmed by the director of emergency management at the time, and it still refers to an emergency operations plan that is for both the county and the city, who had a joint emergency management environment at the time. The city went off on its own in 2008, and even as a result of that, there's been no newly developed or updated emergency operations plan. It also, it appeared to have an inadequate emergency operations center structure, staffing and preparedness. Because the focus has been on response, those items that are critical to the operation of a successful emergency operations center once activated simply appear to be lacking. Again, because of the focus on responding. Another consideration was that distribution and access to response resources right now have all been focused and kind of isolated in one area, whereas much of that equipment could be in daily use, or certainly should be accessible when needed, and more widely distributed throughout the county. And that was for a variety of equipment, both specialized equipment, sensors, vehicles, that kind of thing. They were all kind of isolated in one compound with limited access. And that the OEM in its current setting, with both those conflicting responsibilities, was simply not structured or staffed for 24/7 protracted events. So after a day two, maybe they would last as long as day three. There'd be nobody to carry on, especially with only 4 people. So those were the kind of the key findings of the looking at the operations component. From a technical and technology, there appeared to be an incomplete inventory. I was made aware of equipment that really didn't show anywhere. It didn't show on the county inventory, and consequently, there was also no clear cut procedure or process for disposing of surplus or end-of-life equipment, so this is not uncommon, but it's things that have to be considered. If there's any monetary value or value to other organizations that may be able to use it, that'd be great to be able to consider that and make part of it. The procurement process was also appeared to have little input from outside stakeholders that might have need or use or consideration of equipment that ought to be acquired through the emergency management program or through grants available for emergency management. The vehicle strategy, as you will have seen in there, there's a number of very high value vehicles that really are seldom used. So they'll need to be replaced with under 4,000 miles on them. And these are vehicles in excess of $100,000. So there was some, and that's not unique to this. The high value, low usage vehicles is always a kind of a buy, don't buy decision that has to be made. But often they're available, there's some grants, but that has to be kind of explored, and what's a better way to do that? Also, compatibility with existing equipment, and that's critical because if this equipment is going to be used, this storehouse of equipment, and the holdings are significant, and nobody's ever seen them before, then if it's not exactly the tools that the firefighters or others are using at this point, they become almost useless. Because they'll have to be on the pile or kind of in emergent situations, picking up the equipment, figuring out how it works before they can actually put it to use. So having compatibility with existing equipment is critical. And then the maintenance and sustainment life cycle, training and usage also appeared to be a significant concern in that the equipment was seldom used, either in an exercise program or in daily usage for just getting it out there. The command vehicle hadn't gone out in a long time from the vehicle log, and yet it could be put to use on many significant scenes of incidents that occur in the county, just to give people, get it out there and give people an opportunity to know what the systems are in it and how to use it, and just to get it out there. And then finally, from a government standpoint, there is no oversight and steering committee, and I think you'll note in your the report that in fact there are standards, or established standards, the National Fire Protection Association being one of them, that requires that there is an oversight body on an emergency be established to oversee an emergency management program. There had appeared to be no strategic level planning or guidance, certainly from the county and from the Office of Emergency Management. This was not an exercise. The last one that had some good substance and meat to it was the mitigation strategy planning document that was developed with and by an outside consultant in 2016. That was the last time there was, and then there was issues, or could be issues with the chain of command and access to leadership. It's critical for the Director of Emergency Management to be able to either brief election officials, but also share, if not the stage, certainly share leadership and guidance with senior county staff, and that's the model throughout most of the nation. That's who the Director of Emergency Management typically reports to. So as I mentioned earlier, there was 45 recommendations. This was not an exhaustive list. It was meant to be items that were achievable, and just for ease of reading, they were referenced in the report to the observation sections. And again, as earlier indicated, there were 10 recommendations deemed to warrant immediate attention. And I'll just quickly go through those. In your report, they're shown in red in the recommendations section, section 6. So key recommendations: review or create all enabling ordinances needed to support the emergency management program. There was some shortcomings there about how, when local emergency should be declared, some sort of reporting structures, things dealing with emergency procurement, authorizations, those kinds of things. So enabling ordinances, so structural items. Because the two functions currently assigned to the Office of Emergency Management, that the fire department structure be revised, and to separate both the emergency management and the response functions. The response functions should remain within the fire department. That's where they belong, and that's where they need to be in place. The OEM should be removed from the fire department and established as a separate county department and function, reporting to county leadership. The county and OEM should collaborate on a program-based strategic planning initiative that evaluates goals, objectives, performance metrics, and accomplishments from a comprehensive emergency management perspective. Right now, there's no metrics or of any type. So, nor clearly goals, particularly goals developed with input from elected officials, county staff, and external stakeholders. To establish, as per both published guidance from the Federal Emergency Management Association and, or not association, but agency, and the National Fire Protection Association, and it's just best practice to have an oversight or steering advisory committee for the program that should hold regular meetings. You know, the task force demonstrated its usefulness. This would be something similar to that, but on an ongoing basis. That needs to engage in a thorough planning process to create an updated EOP, or Emergency Operations Plan, that follows federal planning doctrine to enable the county to better manage large-scale and complicated incidents. And why this is critical is if the Emergency Operations Plan has gaps in it or is not completed or developed in compliance with the guidance that's provided by FEMA and endorsed by the state DHS, there is, if not a likelihood, there's a chance that any grants that the county would be eligible for would not be permitted. They would not be given because there's no compliance or no active emergency operations plan that is developed using established planning doctrine. So as part of that comprehensive and complete emergency operations plan, that the Office of Emergency Management engaged in collaborative planning process, that's critical. Collaboration is critical. The worst time to meet somebody is in the middle of an emergency, especially if you need something from them. So, for example, there should be wide participation from county departments, including Public Works, which has a critical role, in my experience, in emergency in dealing with large incidents, particularly those related to infrastructure. So those need to be included as well as a transportation plan, a communications plan, all kinds of annexes that the planning doctrine indicates are not only of value but are necessary. And then the other thing that was identified was that there was no multi-year training and exercise program in place. Consequently, partner agencies didn't know when, how, where training was going to be held, what the curriculum was, what staff involvement would be needed, and consequently, if the Emergency Operations Center had to be activated, it appears that no one even knew that they would be required to deploy to the EOC and actually perform a function, an emergency management function up there, whether it be transportation or public works or housing or any of those. So this was a significant shortcoming that is also part of recommended practice by the Emergency Management Agency and the Association of the International Association of Emergency Managers, is that a multi-year, maybe 5 years, training and exercise program be developed and widely communicated. And then really do a good house cleaning of everything that exists now, seeing if it's still relevant, if it needs to be updated on a countywide basis with all participants to identify any gaps, any conflicts, and any areas in need of updates. And I suspect there'd be quite a few of them, especially since the Emergency Operations Plan hasn't been updated since 2007. And then finally, that each position in the EOC, in the Emergency Operations Center, these are not permanent positions, these are only when, upon activation, is filled at least 2 deep, and there's a number of positions that doctrine says ought to be included in the Emergency Operations Center, should be at least filled 2 deep, and if possible 3 deep, to ensure that there's always someone available. There's always somebody on leave, people go, people come, people are not available, they're on vacation, whatever it is. So it's important for the sake of resilience and sustainability or sustainment of protracted events that there are multiple individuals assigned and identified and trained for each of those positions. And with that, which was I can actually talk faster than I just did, but I'll spare you that, and bearing in mind of the time. Are there any questions at all about anything in the report? Just questions in general?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Booth.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
To what,
Commissioner Bustamante?
Madam Chair, to what level did the existing personnel participate in this process?
Well, one was brand new. The other one is a fairly recent hire. Two were primarily involved. The one that was involved the most in providing background information was the current coordinator.
The current coordinator?
Coordinator, yes.
So that's at the emergency
It's
office?
the operation, yeah, in the Office of Emergency Management, yes.
And so those are the people who participated. To what extent did they participate in this?
So they were the key provision or the key providers of background information. So I asked for a number of documents and stuff like that, so I could do a document review. So they were the ones that provided some of this, as well as follow-up information, vehicle logs, maintenance logs, those kinds of things. But I would be remiss to say that as well, the task force members, which included folks that are within the county, were also interviewed for the sheriff's office, the fire department, public works. Those individuals, some that I see in the room or I saw them earlier, were also involved.
I'm not sure you're understanding my question.
No,
From the personnel who are working in
Yep.
the Office of Emergency Management,
Right.
who specifically, or to what extent, not who, to what extent did they participate in the task force?
So
So that I understand it's too deep. And to what extent did they participate in the task force?
the current director was a member of the task force.
And to what extent did the member of the task force participate with the task force?
I had some information, documentary information provided by him, and as well as a fairly lengthy interview.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure I understood in your recommendation of separating the two functions, and I forget that, like, there would be sort of the planning side, I'm thinking of it, and
Right.
the operations side, and then how many people would be when we were fully staffed up in each of those sections?
So the Office of Emergency Management is properly staffed at 4. When you look at what a dedicated Office of Emergency Management or emergency management program would entail, the response capabilities, those would be a staffing issue for the fire department because it's a fire department responsibility from their existing or any new personnel that they may need to hire or to redeploy to fulfill those three instances. So one of them is rehabilitation, which is often dealt with by volunteers. One is technical rescue, which is a fairly significant program to get into, and the other was wildland. And so dealing with wildland fires is again, a primary fire department responsibility and not emergency management.
So I think, and just correct me if I'm wrong, so I think you're suggesting that the 4 staff positions we have now be moved to the county manager's office?
Or to the Office of Emergency Management, which could then report to the county manager's office, yes.
Right, and then the response functions would be then distributed throughout the fire department and?
As they see fit, yes.
If I could, Madam Chair and Commissioners, just to interject, we're talking about positions, not persons. And so just to be clear, is that, we're dealing with, again, functions and FTEs, not necessarily personnel. That would be step one, should the board move forward in this direction, is to, assess, needs, skills, passions, what have you, and decide where personnel would reside, whether persons would, come from the fire department to the Office of Emergency Management within the county manager's office, or whether they would remain in the fire department. Again, that's a separate discussion for a different day and space. I just want to make that point clear.
Right, yeah, and I understood I was only asking about functions, not who would fill them. So is there any, so there would be 4, the 4 we already have would move over to the county manager's office, and then is there any?
No, that's not.
I mean, the 4 positions, not necessarily the people.
Not the 4 people necessarily.
So if I could, I'll take another pass at it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners. And so, the board set aside $250,000 approximately in recurring money to help implement the recommendations of the Office of Emergency, Task Force, if adopted by the Board of County Commissioners. And so, that money could be used to create a new director of the Office of Emergency Management, and you would have the existing position of Assistant Chief of Special Operations is what it would remain at that point in time. And so, existing personnel, Assistant Chief, Vigil is part of the, follow-up implementation and analysis and discussions. It's conceivable that he could remain the Assistant Chief of Special Operations, that position would remain, or it's conceivable that he could become the Emergency Management Director. Again, that's not the issue before the board today, but that money could be created, used to create that new position, as well as an additional, coordinator position, or it could be used to, fund a refocused position, if you will, within the fire department for incident rehab. So what you'll have at the end of the day would be 4 people dedicated full-time to Office of Emergency Management, and then you will have some number of positions remaining in the fire department or created within the fire department to discharge the emergency response functions that currently reside there: incident rehab, tech rescue, and wildland. So that's what you're looking at, if that helps clarify the picture.
Yeah, so in other words, we haven't determined how many positions within the fire department might need to be created until some later date, I guess, right?
Commissioner Hamilton.
But if you think about it, the assistant chief and the coordinator, the 4 are currently under the fire department. So one might think of the OEM positions as being, or at least especially the upper level, as the new positions, and then whether those other lower positions get transferred from the fire department or left in the fire department and you have to create them. That's part of the point, that there are new positions that have to be created.
Right, and I was just trying to get a sense for how many positions in each place. I think there's 4 at the county manager's office in this new Office of Emergency Management, and then some perhaps slightly undetermined number at the fire department for response. Is that correct?
That's a county
You're
issue,
thinking
but
about it correctly,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, and again, as we move forward with that, that's something that we would work, collaboratively with the fire chief relative to, what number of positions, would be needed to continue to support, those response functions.
Okay, thank you. The only other thing I'd say is I really appreciate the report and all the work that went into it and the task force work, and I think it's vitally important that we move forward with emergency management because we will have emergencies and we'll need to manage them.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes. I think we all agree with that. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the work on this, and to the committee that stood this up, and to Commissioner Hamilton for really putting this out front early in my tenure on this dais. And I'm excited to see these results. Some of the recommendations, I think, are well received, at least on my part, and to a point that is, to sort of make this point on a bigger scale in front of us. Typically, we look at our emergency management as a fire, right? I mean, that seems to be a lot of what happens in Santa Fe County in the past, or in New Mexico in general. But we had COVID. That was managed by the State Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, right? So that is when the PPE was delivered to the
Officer
to the folks, but they had a center, they had a warehouse, and they had that guys under armed guards there, right? And so it's not just fire, right? It's also God forbid, it's active shooter, right? So that's less fire and more police, right? And sheriff's office. it is also intergovernmental things between, and I didn't quite see that in this report, that I wish there was, maybe that's just on who takes this over and has to sort of build those relationships. I think the task force had that in the sense that it had folks from Edgewood and from the city of Santa Fe in there, but in terms of recommendations that would go forward to say how we should work together, both regionally for the folks that are within Santa Fe County, but also Los Alamos County and Rio Arriba County that may not actually have the structure to stand something up, but that we may be the rollover organization to help them sort of get it right and maybe be the best practices leader for them. I know that the friends that I made up at NACO this summer from Maui County, they'd never had an emergency like the fires in Lahaina a few months ago, and they were not necessarily prepared for all of those ongoing things. You know, everything from who to ask for help, right? I mean, just that first phone call was the you know, people were frozen and didn't quite know where to go. And to that point also, who not necessarily within their government, right? So it was who to call at the feds. That seems relatively easy, FEMA or something like that. But also whether to call Walmart, right? And as an example was during Cerro Grande, I like to use this anecdote here, is when Cerro Grande hit Los Alamos area, the Food Depot took over a warehouse, an old big box store, and so much food was delivered there, and it was amazing we couldn't do anything with it because we couldn't find it. And then all of a sudden, a whole bunch of guys on forklifts showed up from Walmart and said, please go home and sleep for 4 hours. Come back and we will have this organized. And it was unbelievable. Walmart, because they are the inventory specialists, came in and organized everything for us as a community that we would not necessarily know how to do, but it was one phone call away. And they knew that they were good at it, and they showed up and organized everything. We all came back and were like, we know where the potatoes are, right? And the firemen were looking for potatoes. And so we needed to feed people up in those places. And so things of those outside resources that are already endemic in our area, such as a Walmart, such as a delivery company, right? They can deliver medicine when certain organizations break down and so on. And so I would hope that part of this recommendation set would be not, again, to look at ourselves only, but to also look at our key partners and then our non-governmental partners in how we can stand up a very fast emergency response. And then my last question for you right now, or my real question for you right now, is 45 recommendations, 10 urgent, but you also spoke about a few that were left out. What was left out?
Oh, when I started, I zeroed in on about 100. But some of them were really long-term, where you wanted to end up. And I really wanted to keep this something not so overwhelming that they'd say this is too big, and you know that the county would react by saying this is too big, we can't handle this all at one time. Where are we going to find all of this? So some were merged together to distill the number, and some were really needed immediate attention, or were of a should be the basis or the foundation of the philosophy moving forward with this. So talking about collaboration and inclusiveness and many of the other things in there that are critical, because you're right, you can't do it alone. I loved your experience with Walmart. If there's anybody that knows logistics, it's Walmart.
It's amazing.
Amongst others. Home Depot is just as good. I had personal experience with Home Depot doing logistics. I could tell you a million war stories, but I'm not going to. That's not what I'm here for. But of where it's critical to have external partners. You don't want to get into necessarily into food distribution. You certainly don't want to get into sheltering, registration and inquiry, all of those kinds of things. Those are functions where community partners, some who are well established, Red Cross being one of them, feel a sense of belonging and a stake in the outcome, and they know where they fit into the organization, when they can expect the calls. Sometimes I'll even lean forward, but best that they do it in coordination rather than they just show up because there was and people don't know that they're there or what their function is. So to your point, tying all of those things together and making the net as big as possible is critical to success.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What would you say, we always look at fire response as the main risk. What would you, I think of cyber attack, right? And it doesn't have to only be Santa Fe County facilities. Again, it is an attack on our banking system or something else that could take down a major aspect of our economy or our operations or, monkey with a bunch of things. What sort of scenarios did you lay on top of this to make sure that we were, more fully prepared, that it's not just a fire response?
So you'll find embedded in the report a significant section on the threat and hazard identification and risk assessment. So that is, in order, again, to be eligible for grants or to comply with existing legislation, those have to be conducted. So when I asked for one, in the existing format, none was forthcoming that was recent. However, there was what had been developed as 41 one-pagers. So they weren't compliant in form, but there was some useful information of the risks and hazards that exist within the county. So that's a useful document. It's a good place to start to turn it into a compliant THIRA threat and hazard identification and risk assessment, which is, again, a mandated part. If you want to get grants, you gotta not only complete them, they're good for planning purposes, and they have to be filed with the state.
I really appreciate that. And in a list of emergencies, I don't quite think that a sunsetting STR thing is considered an emergency, but I leave that as a joke here. So anyway, thank you very much for.
Thank you, sir.
That's not one of our risks.
Thank you. One thing you didn't mention is, flooding. And flood is a really serious issue here. In 2018, we had a serious flood that damaged not only parts of my district and District 2, but District 3 because of, I think, lack of coordination with the city. I mean, I think there needs to be coordination with our city, all of us cities, from Espanola to Edgewood to Santa Fe, and all the small villages in between. I think that is something that is really important. I also totally appreciate the report and having the ability for us to think about this in a strategic way and to move forward. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. I think this report really hit the level that we were looking for and in the way that we really needed it, and I'm very appreciative of that. In fact, in the pieces of emergency management that have been developed over the past several years, there have been some efforts to do, for example, identification of what our biggest risks are. But very clearly, it's not, there are a lot of things like, we have a lot of material that's very appropriate for the kinds of risks we had some very knowledgeable people who anticipated certain kinds of risks and, developed certain kinds of capabilities. What this report did was look at it and say, this is really great, but you don't have that information in a verified, approved, and distributed document that serves the full function. So it's like, we know some of the answers, and in fact, Commissioner Green, you alluded to something that, 10, 20 years ago, fire, certain kinds of floods, and maybe the potential for pandemics and that sort of emergency, all of which we have, responded to, would have been primary. But if you evaluate it now, many other things would get added in. But the fact is, and so that's why this report showing the need for completing and extending that risk evaluation and doing it in a full report is so critical, because we have to have that. Not just there are a few people in the county who know about it, but everybody knows about it, and it's documented, and it's something we can use as a team going forward. And that's why it's so important. But this report wasn't supposed to identify everything that needed to be in the report. That's for the OEM to do. This effort was to say, hey, you guys have a lot of information, but it's not in a report. You guys have a lot of equipment, but it's not trained on, or whatever the recommendations were. It was, and this is how the structure should be. And I just wanted to make that clear, because I think people, our county people, our chief, our sheriff, all the people on task force put a really well-focused effort into doing this. I did recognize, I thought myself, how important and the increasing importance emergency management would be to our county, and to facilitate having that grow in a way that everybody who has the expertise, including our existing fire and sheriff's departments and public works, would have, would be able to contribute knowledge of how things should go forward. But how do you make something like that grow without some pre-planning? And that's kind of what we lacked. We have a legacy of people going, I know about emergency management, and I'm going to get things together as part of, I'm in the fire department. And that was incredibly valuable until it really needed to grow. And then you have to kind of step back and go, well, how should we really be doing this? But even recognizing how important it was, these kinds of things are hard to do well. And I really think this came off very well and set us up. But there is still a lot of work to be done. Like, once the office is set up, there's really a lot of the actual planning, the primary planning to do.
To your point, not to monopolize things, but there was a notion or a mention in there about also of the importance of continuity of operations planning. So how you're going to protect your community and service community during a time of emergency is critical. But how are you going to continue the business of government?
Yes, that was
issuing permits and all of those other kinds of things. And so that's noted in there. And the standard, the actual standard for emergency management includes continuity of operations. Because if you can't help if you can't conduct your own business.
Yeah, that was really well done. That was a great point.
And those recommendations came out of the task force.
Brilliant. So, I know there might be a lot more discussion, but I would love to move to approve these.
I very much want to have something to say, Madam Chair, if I
Yeah,
can.
absolutely. I'd still like to make the motion, though.
Okay.
Can I second the motion, and then for discussion?
No, I don't want to have a motion right
Okay.
yet, but I
cool.
get who wants to make it. Okay, so I'm going to Commissioner Bustamante.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the recommendations, and I read it wholeheartedly with the understanding that this is to build and strengthen our emergency operations. I will say explicitly and have concerns. This is to build and expand and support, and it is, it's written in a light that almost makes it sound like there was nothing happening. And I'm going to say that my interactions with the existing operation go back to my time as working with the Bureau of Health Emergency Management. And this has been an entity, too deep or not, like whatever the numbers were at any given time, has been incredibly responsive, has been both at fires and giving immunizations, has been both in Edgewood and in Chimayo somehow. And we're talking largely about two individuals who have done an awful lot, and not a lot in this report acknowledges the assets that we're building from. And I say that out of respect for the individuals. I get that there are positions, but even with the two positions, and often enough, when I'm doing work, it's not always about the quantity, it's about the quality. It's about, yes, we might have 4 individuals and we'll be 4 deep at some point, and I hope that the level of responsiveness, the attentiveness to what has been identified, and that, yes, we'll have the policies, and it's disheartening to hear that there were things that hadn't been updated and things that needed to be done. So the good news is this is good and makes recommendations that are sound. It doesn't acknowledge some of those strengths in our ability to have been agile and responsive enough to a community that has needed it for just about anything. And having been in a community group that said, can you help us with our ability to get out of this community? There's no egress and we want to have an exercise. And did that collaboratively with other entities within the fire department. How that can be done and how things may be more collaborative is a great, again, a great development that we can build from. But I cannot go without acknowledging the good work that has been done, that this doesn't really start from or build from this is where we are and this is where we can grow. It's hasn't, and I kind of take exception to that, having been on the other side as a community member of the hads, and things that did make sense, that went to the Santa Fe Community College and created a CERT, a Community Emergency Response Team, that was responsive and did volunteer year after year at the Chimayo Walk and stayed up all night giving people water and making sure. One fellow had a heart attack. Had it not been for the CERT, who was trained by this individual, armed active shooter training and bringing everyone in, takes a huge amount of collaboration, trained and brought up by the existing Office of Emergency Management. So as we may go on and talk about how and what we're going to do better, I hope that we are sincere in our ability to acknowledge what has been done well. Because from a community perspective, and from somebody who sat on that CERT, and somebody who interfaced as the director to someone in emergency management, and sat with me, and another person in this room who I won't look at, but I did just now and I looked away, at the state emergency operation, that individual was very active and very good at what they did. So, yes, good, let's do better, let's grow, let's support it, but let us not forget the good work that's been done. And I mean that with everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Hamilton.
Are we looking for the motion?
Yes.
I suppose. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'd like to move to accept the report and these recommendations.
Commissioner Hughes.
And I'll second, but I do have something under discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to have under discussion.
And just to add, in the spirit of really appreciating what we've had in the past, and I think the good spirit that this was presented in.
And I second that part as well.
So, as somebody who was here from the beginning of 2017, when we went through a serious flood, and then approached COVID, I saw that the county manager and our team, the fire department, the police department, we made it through COVID, and we managed to keep as many people working, and we figured out many of the serious issues that we had. But if we had something that happened like in Lahaina, in Maui, that was completely devastating. And to read things in the paper about Maui, like that a gate was closed and nobody knew how to open it, like those are the kind of things that keep me up at night. Is like, make sure that we know that we can get people out, or that we can help them, move to a safer environment. And whether it's COVID, flood, fire, anything. And so I am grateful for this report, because I do think having a plan that we have not had since 2007 is really important. And it's really important to have a discussion about that plan in a much bigger arena, not only inwardly looking, because I think inwardly looking, we have to be prepared as a government, but also outwardly looking in how do we support our communities, our traditional historic communities, our native communities, and make sure that we're listening to all of them so that they're able to provide, we're able to provide, and they're able to provide and connect all the resources together. So with that, I want to thank you for working on this. I know that it was not easy. Commissioner Green.
Thank you for yes. I was wondering, I didn't necessarily see a tribal aspect to this, like how recommendations would come forward to integration with either our cities, which are sort of subsets of the county, but also our tribal communities.
So without listing each one individually, the intent was certainly to encourage collaboration with all stakeholders writ large. And that's more the approach that I took. If they're out there, and to your point about community college, there is a number of resources out there that can contribute and are willing to contribute, and also have some of their own plans already for emergency sheltering. There's any number. So without, at the risk of leaving one out, if you take the writ large, all-inclusive approach for all external stakeholders, some of which have yet to be identified, I'm certain. That really is the approach that should be taken with regards to this.
Thank you.
And if I could, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and Commissioner Green, be pleased to talk to you in greater detail about this as well offline. But I'd call attention to recommendation 17 that again talks about that broad-based planning to include partnering governing entities, community groups, private sector, faith-based organizations, et cetera. And in addition, there were several specific recommendations that specifically touched upon planning as well as communications encompassing the whole community with focus on both at-risk and culturally diverse populations. So again, I think as you read through the detailed recommendations, those concepts of broad-based planning, regional efforts, private partnerships, nonprofit organizations, tribal governments, at-risk communities, I think are reflected in the recommendations. And Mike, if I got it wrong, you correct me. But I just wanted to point those specific things out. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, I just wanted to real quickly say that I appreciated Commissioner Bustamante reminding us of all the good work of our current Office of Emergency Management, and I certainly appreciate how open they've been to helping provide workshops in my district and responding, of course, to all the emergencies we've had over the years, and particularly during COVID. And also, I think it's important to note that if we're going to respond to something like happened in Hawaii or Boulder, Colorado, or California, those terrible fires, we need to do better. And even our current Office of Emergency Management has said that we need more staff, more work on this, and I think this is a step in the right direction.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain?
Abstain.
Okay, I have four to support the plan and one abstention. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dupuy.
Debate, you had it right the first time.
All right, I don't have it in front of me. Dupuy.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Okay, thank you very much.
And if I could, Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but with the liberty of the board, I'm going to send a letter to each of the participants of the task force extending the county and the Board of County Commissioners extreme gratitude for their service. These are tough situations to step up and step into, and greatly appreciated from what I observed everybody's efforts on the task force doing their level best to try and provide the board with sound, comprehensive recommendations. So with your approval, I want to be able to say that I'm sending that on behalf of the board.
Absolutely. I think that's incredibly important to recognize all the members of the task force, and I'm sorry I didn't recognize the ones in the audience, but I think they were recognized earlier, and I thank them for their service.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to go on to 7, which has presentations, which is none. Then matters of public concern, subject to 3 minutes. So I know that we have one person who would like to make public comment, Jose Villa Sr., what I have written down here, a Chappie. So good to see you. Welcome to our chambers.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, County Manager, General Counsel, county staff, and members of the audience. Buenas noches de la Dios. For the public record, my name is Jose Lorenzo Villegas Sr., a resident of La Cienega land grant. The Original land grant name is Francisco de Anaya Lamazan, located in Township Range 16, Range 8 East, Section 20, circa 1698. Nearly 3 decades after the issuance of the Executive Order 12898 of February 11th, 1994, federal actions to address environmental justice in minority populations and low-income populations, it states, the federal government must build upon and strengthen its commitment to deliver environmental justice to all communities across America. Frankly, the federal government, including the City of Santa Fe government, in this specific situation, failed me, broke the promise, destroyed the commitment to protect my familia and neighbors, and disrespected me and my familia, period. Ya basta. Yes, I have tried vainly to distance myself from attending any governmental entity scheduled meetings from all magnitudes, city council meetings, school board meetings, state legislature committee hearings, congressional meetings at the nation's capital, etc., because I truly believe they did not feel, and I feel that the government entities were not listening to me, to my legitimate concerns about public safety, health, and welfare for my familia as well as my neighbors, vecinos y vecinas. The last time I was seriously engaged in attending a governmental scheduled meeting was back in 1992. Here, this is the first time since 1992 that I've come here to address my concerns. But this one was relating to the Ken Newton project in La Cienega. And for some reason or the other, there are so many people that are sitting in this chamber today that continue to ignore the institutional memory of what occurred during that hurtful, painful, and horrific experience of a wealthy developer wanting to build a Jack Nicklaus golf course in a traditional and historical community that did not have the precious groundwater resources to support it. But I do not forget and never forget what occurred back in the day to this day forever. It still hurts deeply from within the inner core of mi alma, my soul. It is ingrained in mi alma, my soul, like a splinter that pierces and bleeds from within. Now, I've been told and forewarned to keep it simple. Be cordial and professional with what I have to say today. Yet I must pretend that everything is kumbaya, characterized by or exhibiting a belief in harmony between people and their essential goodness truly exist. But my heart is in discord and is apart from it. And why is it? In the real world that I live today, I was notified last Friday November the 10th, my Marine Corps birthday, Semper Fi, that my private well was contaminated with a dangerous chemical identified as PFAS. According to the Santa Fe County Validated and Accurate Water Samples Reporting Document, and I appreciate the County of Santa Fe for taking care of us. I appreciate the Santa Fe County big time. My primary source of living private well groundwater resource is way over the new soon-to-be EPA drinking water standards that are supposed to be approved by the dysfunctional federal government entity sometime in the late 2024. Yet for the three PFAS levels, which were identified in the well samples report and analysis that were taken recently from my private well, is identified as one of them, they have the higher levels within a hazard index standard. My well is over this standard too, H1 equals CAL 0.6 or C. Look at the calculations. They are disturbing and frightening. So I am supposed to be happy, elated, overjoyed with laughter, and play the Kumbaya harp in motion. Now I have said it before time and time again. If the Marine Yaqui comes out of me, I'm not a holy man. I wear many hats in my barrio, my reservation, my community at large, but today I will remain calm and tranquilo. I am telling you now, I am calm and tranquilo. Said that, for how long has a National Guard, the City of Santa Fe Airport, including the Santa Fe City Wastewater Treatment Facility, have been dumping this dangerous PFAS chemical, PFAS, and PFOA into my private well and others? For how much PFAS chemical have I, my wife, my children, my grandchildren have already digested since the New Mexico National Guard completed their draft final site inspection report in February of 23. Frankly, there was a first final preliminary assessment report that was conducted by the Santa Fe Army Aviation Support Facility in August 2020. That was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Have our political subdivisions that are supposed to protect and defend us from harm read this DOD report? If not, why not? But I appreciate the County of Santa Fe for doing that. You are my family. What is the most annoying, upsetting, and made me angry is on why the DOD failed to notify a traditional and historical community, La Cieneguilla Land Grant, which is located downstream from the DOD facility, less than a mile from the location, about the possibility of our private wells being contaminated with this hazardous material penetrating our precious groundwater resources. Frankly, in my strongest opinion, the DOD were negligent, irresponsible, derelict of their military duties, and should be held accountable at all levels of code of conduct, code of ethics violations, high moral compass, and legal obligations for failure to protect our citizens of this great state of New Mexico. So who's going to hold this strong Goliath in accountability for their failure to notify the public about their findings of PFAS in a military installation? Well, you know what? I'm David. Goliath, David is alive and well. In addition, what about the City of Santa Fe Municipal Airport, the city mayor, the city council obligations to protect our surrounding traditional and historical communities, which is located adjacent to the municipal airport and the dysfunctional wastewater treatment facility? Why has this municipality, specifically the city wastewater facility treatment administration, refused to work collaboratively with the Santa Fe County officials in addressing the serious EPA violations occurring at this facility? Consequently, it is my community that is adversely environmentally impacted by their gross negligence and incompetency. So I beg the question, why has the EPA continued to ignore the high levels of E. coli, whatever you want to call it, that is occurring at this municipal facility that is located from across the Santa Fe Army Aviation Facility? The last water quality sample that was taken from this facility was on November the 5th, 2023, and the E. coli results 80,000 CFU/ml, too numerous to count. Where is the EPA on this one, including the New Mexico EID Water Quality Bureau? The only reason why I bring this information to the BCC's attention is due to the confidential source of information that I received relating to the Torreon well, which is one of two that are designated as monitoring wells that are located from across the wastewater treatment facility next to the airport and the National Guard, may be contaminated with the same PFAS hazardous material that I have in my private well. On the same note, I was informed by my confidential source to keep their mouths shut from his supervisors who operate this municipal wastewater treatment facility. They did not want the public to know about it. Well, guess what? Who do you think they are fooling? Not me. Now, what is the plan to mitigate and recovery to address the serious public health, public welfare, and public safety in my home and my community? Who is responsible for cleaning my PFAS contaminated private well? Should I dismiss and ignore the hazard index standards, EPA driven? If my private well is declared permanently unusable and not operable, who will bear the cost to re-drill a new well for my family, including my neighbors, if their wells are declared PFAS contaminated the same? Who's responsible for bearing the cost of my PFAS blood testing? If my well is contaminated with this dangerous hazardous substance, don't you think that my family should at least get a PFAS blood testing to find out if we are also contaminated? Did you know that within the close proximity of my now dysfunctional well that's contaminated with PFAS, we have a high rate of cancer victims that have died within the last 6 years in my neighborhood? And out of the families that have died there were my families, my brothers. Who will pay for the PFAS water filters installation and maintenance for my home? I'm concerned about the emerging issues of PFAS contaminants on real estate. I am familiar with the AEI/ASTM E527-21, the changes and how they impact you. What about my property value in the land grant? Who is going to be responsible to pay for the Phase 1 environmental site assessment, the ESA, on my property? The Phase 1 ESA report identifies existing and potential environmental liabilities at a property due to PFAS contamination scenarios. Who is going to provide my family with another safe drinking water resource while my family cannot drink the groundwater that is validated and confirmed contaminated with high levels of PFAS? By the way, I don't trust the EPA information that is listed for the public to use in an event where your private well is contaminated with PFAS. Would you trust them too? I doubt it. In conclusion, I strongly recommend that the Santa Fe Board of County Commission utilize the New Mexico EID grant appropriations of $459,000 to conduct a massive well testing program for every residential home located in La Cienega land grant. It is not fair or due process to force the landowners to bear an expensive cost at their expense just because the DOD and the city of Santa Fe created this environmental injustice in the first place, period. The New Mexico EID should be increasing this emergency management incident with a higher appropriation funding for further research studies to include a mitigation and recovery plan, i.e. new monitoring wells in the contaminated areas, etc., to protect the precious groundwater resources and groundwater areas in this land grant, because the DOD and the city of Santa Fe will fail to mitigate their own failings to conduct their official duties in the first place. I don't trust them, like a yegua refusing to drink nasty water from the bucket. On the last note, I am familiar with the recent U.S. Congressional H.R. 2467 that was addressed by the U.S. Congressional House of Representatives in D.C. It hasn't gone anywhere. Don't be surprised from the U.S. congressional level at this date, but it's relating to the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency to designate per and the same issue that we're having, a hazardous substance under the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act of 1980. At this time, I have no faith in the DOD and the City of Santa Fe government to protect and defend my familia at this time. I'm livid, I'm angry, I have no mercy for them. Currently, I'm not one to be dismissed by what I have said and done today. Muchas gracias. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Jose Lorenzo Villegas, Sr., El Valle de la Cieneguilla Land Grant Association, RO, and a member of the Texas Band of Yaqui Indians. Sea por el amor de Dios. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to make public comment, matters of public concern? Is there anyone online? No. Okay. Thank you very much. I will move on to matters from the county manager, miscellaneous updates.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. You know, some of my updates were specific to the topic of the well test that were conducted by Santa Fe County, as well as the funds that were awarded to the county from NMED for further investigation and to define the scope of the potential PFAS issue. I would, reiterate that, the county's role relative to this issue, is and will continue to evolve. The county was, proactive in doing test of 6 wells, as well as seeking the grant funding. Ultimately, when we received the results of those water tests, we felt constrained to share that information with the public so that individuals would have relevant information that could influence their personal decisions relative to risk assessment and risk mitigation. And I'm glad that that information was shared, even though there is a lot of work to be done moving forward in terms of defining the scope of the issue, as well as potential macro level solutions. The county did start through its press release, some public outreach and education. There's a lot more in that space that we will endeavor to do, working with NMED and subject matter experts in this area of emerging contaminants, and also working with our community services department as well, as this is an area of focus for them as they move in their health action plan to looking for environmental risk, as well as other traditional areas of focus for them. So again, there's a lot of public outreach and education that we feel at the staff level we can help facilitate, not in reinventing the wheel, but working with subject matter experts and partners at the state and at our higher education institutions as appropriate. In addition, relative to the generalized risk of safe drinking water from domestic wells, this component of public support actually fits well with the county's affordable housing plan, a component of which includes home rehabilitation for individuals of low to moderate income, which could include energy efficiency as well as water and wastewater treatment, things like grinder pumps, as well as at-home treatment infrastructure, filters, what have you. And as we move forward, with the regulations surrounding that augmented and expanded individual home rehabilitation program, that may provide a mechanism for the county to support, low to moderate income individuals with private domestic wells to, both test their water as well as potentially fund treatment infrastructure. So again, there's a lot of work on this topic, obviously, and the county's role relative to different aspects, has and will continue to evolve as we, expend the grant funding to, again, help investigate and define the scope of the issue, but continue to partner with subject matter experts at the state and institutions of higher education on public outreach and education. And we continue to look at ways in which we can support individuals in the community to ensure that all aspects of their home are in fact providing safe and decent habitation pursuant to our affordable housing plan. So that was a very long update, but I know that this was a topic of great interest, understandably, from the community as well as from commissioners. We've been invited to a ribbon cutting that the city of Espanola has scheduled for Monday, November 20th at the La Jolla Fire Station. So I want to extend that invitation to individual commissioners if you would like to attend. It is at noon. Please let Sarah Smith know if you'll be attending so that we can notice if 3 or more commissioners might be present. Reminder, we do have a special meeting this Friday. The topics are to approve the results of the 2023 regular local election. There's also a public hearing on a emergency ordinance relative to short-term rentals. And finally, there's a request to authorize county staff to publish title and general summary of an ordinance amending the fire code so as to adopt the 2023 standard relative to battery energy storage systems. And finally, we are proposing a special study session or meeting of the board on Thursday, November 30th from 9:30 to noon in order to provide the board with analysis and options relative to short-term rentals in the hopes of receiving feedback from the board to guide the development of an amendatory ordinance. So those are my miscellaneous updates. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. We were also NMED, and we were given a handout on the PFAS in your private well, and I think that it would behoove all of us as commissioners to send this out to our constituents so that they know some of the resources that are available. And we have some hard copies here also. Next, I will go on to matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. Commissioner Green.
Do I get to start off? Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I'd like to congratulate our local officials that stood for elections last week. As an elected official, I know it's tough to go out there and put yourself out on the line. I also want to congratulate those that won. You know, it takes a lot to go convince people to vote for you, and to have great ideas, and to go out there and shake hands and debate the topics with everybody out there. So congratulations to the folks at the city, and folks up in Espanola, and folks in Edgewood, and in the water districts, and all sorts of local election aspects that went out there and put themselves on the line and won. Also, congratulations to the city for their approval of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and mansion tax. It is, you know, it's definitely a need that we have, and that is one possible funding solution, and that deserves some recognition that it won by a wide margin. Other election aspect that I took part in is that at the end of the day, I went and visited 100 Catron, where the county clerk and the election team was bringing votes in, and I watched as the votes came in to the building, and got a tour and watched the air-gapped computer, and I watched how the process was played out. And as an election official, as we will go certify the election next week, I thought it would be a good idea to be there this week. Yes, later this week, pardon me. I thought it would be a good idea to actually see our county clerk's election staff in action, and watch the election folks come in and see that how it worked. And I can report that things were very organized and operating with effectiveness. It was really nice to watch how the county clerk and her team have people trained, responsive, overlapping responsibilities that make sure that when things came in, that nobody stood there for too long, and when it was checked, the lists were checked, rechecked, and it appeared very effective in their processing there. I also went to the Pojoaque Valley Regional Acequia Association meeting about 10 days ago. That was a meeting up at the Pojoaque Intermediate School, where a bunch of northern acequias have banded together as a regional association. This was great to see where they are working together to help with some best practices and support across the acequias there. So these old acequias that have some limited capacity can team together to be able to go get money, to go clean themselves out, to operate professionally, and have ways to know how to manage the water in the north. And it was great to see the turnout at this meeting. There was probably about 50, 60 people. There was really good barbecue as well, so it was wonderful. I'd like to thank the Pueblo of Tesuque for opening their community up for Feast Day on Sunday. It was wonderful to see the dances and to see the community out there in full force. And they definitely have the best red chili in the north. And to thank Governor for opening his house to me for that effort. Lastly, I'd like to bring up a concept or a piece of technology, or two pieces of technology, that I think that we should incorporate into Santa Fe County. One of them is with the increase in gun violence. There is a gunshot detection system that the city of Albuquerque is using, that is a derivative of that came out of sniper identification in the military, to find out where these gunshots happen. I think the right place for it would be at the RECC as part of our system here, to both be interagency to help. So when a gunshot is detected, it goes into the RECC, and that it is dispatched accordingly, that it shouldn't necessarily be part of the sheriff's office, and it shouldn't necessarily be this part of the city of Santa Fe, but because we work together with them, that we could use this to know exactly where these gunshots are happening, and we could deploy our police or sheriffs very quickly. My understanding is this targets the location instantaneously, and you can have a response much faster and much more accurately. So I would look at possibly having this incorporated into next year's equipment, maybe even have it put into our ICIP list for equipment that we go to try to get in the next few weeks, as it may be. I think it would be good for us. Another one is a piece of fire detection equipment, very similar technology in the sense that it's a bunch of algebra and geometry that triangulates instead of the sound of gunshots. In this case, it is the visual imagery for fire detection. And so you can put a bunch of cameras out at disparate points in Santa Fe County, and it can identify exactly where a fire has broken out without having to send out an airplane or a spotter plane. Because it triangulates photographs and video cameras, that you can actually identify fire much faster and deploy our fire crews to these locations. Again, I think this is a part of the RECC because it's the consolidated location of intelligence of, you get a report, a gunshot report goes into the RECC and they send the cops out to investigate. Same thing with this sort of fire equipment. They get calls and they go somewhere up in the hills. Well, with this equipment, it is technology that would make the RECC a much smarter organization, and it could identify where these fires are happening, the size of them, as well as where these gunshots are happening, and have a faster and more accurate response. And I wish everybody a wonderful Thanksgiving. I hope you guys feast well, and thank you very much for Thanksgiving for all of you guys. I'm happy to work with you guys, and I really appreciate all of us in this room, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple things. I wanted to again acknowledge that Saturday was Veterans Day and thank all of our veterans. My brother served in the Navy. Both my parents worked for the Army during World War II, and so we as a family certainly appreciate all the people who served in much more difficult times than my family did. But it's something we just need to acknowledge more than once a year, probably. December 13th is a rescheduled trip to visit a solar facility. We're not able to visit Jicarilla, so we're going to visit one of PNM's battery/solar installations. I want to see how they work, and I think at least 2 people from sustainability will be joining me, but there's room for others if anybody decides that they want to spend all day looking at solar stuff and batteries. I just want to express my hope that the county and the community can somehow come together to help La Familia Medical Center. It's going through quite a bit of struggle. As we know, they're trying to raise $1 million just to stay open. I know that they also are trying to readjust their management practices so that they can keep going. Obviously, there's something that wasn't going right, or they wouldn't be in this situation. But I think that, in the coming months, we might consider if there's anything the counties could be doing in that role, since we do have contracts with La Familia to help them survive. Because if they don't, we're going to have a whole lot of people without health care, and that's going to be really difficult. And finally, I'm glad we're going to be considering the new fire code on Friday. Many of my constituents have been clamoring about that because they discovered, as we did here, that as we were passing our most recent update to the fire code, there was indeed a slightly more up-to-date update. And so we will, if we adopt the 2023 one, we'll have the latest and greatest fire code in relation to battery energy storage systems, which I think is appropriate given that we're going to have several of those in the county. And that's it for me, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Bustamante?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it probably should be clear, the issue of the PFAS in District 3 is, I would say, overwhelming and clearly an extreme situation. A few things that I do want to say about it, and we had a good community meeting last night. A lot of very, very concerned individuals. Absolutely not in the interest of minimizing the circumstances, the situation. It is happening, or it's being identified everywhere. PFAS is not unique to the Santa Fe area, but that is not in the interest of minimizing the issues and concerns that people have. From an epidemiological standpoint, there is not and has not been anything that has substantiated or even referenced that PFAS would be an indicator for causal relationship to cancer. Again, that does not mean that we don't make those assumptions. We just have not seen that in the epidemiology. It is not something that it appears to be related to. We do have some associations with thyroid. That would be a concern. There are neurodevelopmental issues that can come. The data comes primarily from occupational use, so either the manufacturing or those who used the fire retardant, which is a primary source of that particular analyte. So those issues, in putting the risk into perspective, we have a lot of people who are incredibly concerned, and as they should be. But it's most important, and I am so grateful for the county's responsiveness in one, we have no regulation, no authority over the private wells, but an absolute concern for protecting our residents and making sure that they get the information that they need and that we're working with people to address the issue as it becomes apparent to them in their particular circumstance. Again, out of their well, whatever their source of risk may be. So working with the county staff in identifying whether it's a plume or a direct contaminant from a large amount of development in an area that is predominantly on wells and septic systems, to be quite honest, we don't know yet. But we do know that we have the leadership in place to find those answers and to provide the support to our community members. So it's very important that we say that. I'm absolutely grateful upon the conversations that I've already had this morning with the Deputy Secretary of Environmental Health. They sent an individual, that's who I was calling for when we were preparing to take a break, to bring the hard copy information. I have promised that it will not just be via email. I will take these door to door. We have been asked to look at one way we might be able to find someone who I want to call him the PFAS czar, but let's not say that. Let's call him the PFAS coordinator, but somebody who in the short term, as people learn to understand these issues, are able to get questions answered, know who to be directed to, and maybe identify someone. So that is what our manager was referring to and working with Rachel's staff. But it is a serious issue. It is something that's happening in a place that we tend to believe was very pristine, and never should anything really contaminate us, knowing that just upstream we had some pretty significant sources of risk. So that's the top of my list, the top of my agenda, the top of my concerns and worries, as well as all the issues in the other areas with regard to Department of Transportation meetings to ensure that the village of Galisteo is protected from the large truck traffic, and those stay top of mind as well. So I share that, looking forward to the information about how the TDRs are going to protect our agrarian primarily, and our not just our agrarian, our agricultural sources, but also our those places where all the ruins are. When people leave a place, and archaeology, whew, that one hurt. That was her. It was like right there. I couldn't remember it. But our archaeological artifacts, all those are real. Again, also going to the pristine areas and what it means when we have wildlife, and looking how TDR. So I'm very much looking at that because our community members are also very concerned about that. So that's what I have, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, so my first thing is something that I'm really concerned about. It has nothing directly to do with the auspices of the county, but, the school system has suspended like 7 different bus routes in Santa Fe County. And of course, they suspended the most rural ones. So I have a whole bunch of people who are stuck with no way to get their kids to school because we live further out than it seems to be an incredibly unfortunate situation. So I just want to put it out there that I very much hope there is something that the school system, the school board, the state can think about doing to not strand the most, in some cases, the most vulnerable communities in terms of getting their kids to school. I also wanted to mention, how grateful I am to the fire department and our legal department for working crazy hours to get the fire code update reviewed, and because that will be something, as Commissioner Hughes mentioned, is going to be a benefit, and to get it in such short notice was like definitely above and beyond. And I also want, to recognize everything Commissioner Bustamante said about PFAS. There are a lot of water quality issues. Obviously, we have the water quality issue that was also mentioned tonight on E. coli from the treatment plant, which you're primarily dealing with, but I'd be very happy to help look into how to deal with various levels of the issues that this is going to cause for communities. Some of them are beyond the county level, but once again, that there are things that we can think about doing. And finally, just to acknowledge Veterans Day. It's similarly, many of us have family members that over many, many decades now, more than I wish to remember, have served, and how important and how that is, and how much we value that, and to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. There is so much in the world to be concerned about, but so much to be thankful for. I certainly feel that personally, and grateful to be here and grateful to be serving with all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I didn't mention this early on, but on Veterans Day, I went to the plaza and celebrated Armistice Day, and I celebrated that with the Veterans for Peace, because originally November 11th was Armistice Day. It still is celebrated that way in Europe. Since I am of Danish descent and my father was born in 1907, he was alive when the armistice happened in Europe. And so, and being, a person who has celebrated and recognizes how important peace is, I want to just say that I recognize, what John Lennon said, let's give peace a chance. And on that note, I also want to talk about, Commissioner Green and I went to the Pecos Watershed Protection Act with Senator Heinrich in Pecos, which was a really good event with lots of community members and our fellow elected officials from San Miguel County, where, once again, Senator Heinrich has introduced the Pecos Watershed Protection Act, and I was happy to be there to support him. Later that day, I had the honor of attending the YouthWorks celebration. YouthWorks is a great organization that trains young men and women to build skills to really participate in our community, and they are developing a commercial kitchen on Cerrillos Road to help with their catering. YouthWorks catering is becoming a thing, and they're doing a great job, and the food that they served that afternoon and evening was fantastic. And so I was really happy to be there to support Melen, who has done an excellent job with YouthWorks over the years. Also, I'm grateful to my constituent liaison, Laura Jangles, who opened her home to a number of us for the Tesuque Pueblo Feast Day, and it was incredible to see the dance, which was a Comanche dance of recognizing the peace that happened between the Pueblos and the Comanches, and it was a really different type of dance than I have seen before. All the things that we have been, all my other fellow commissioners have talked about are extremely important. The New Mexico Environment Department has been working on this PFAS issue. Secretary Kinney has been working on it over at the Holloman Air Force Base in Clovis, where we had a huge thing. And I think working with the New Mexico Environment Department and maybe even getting a presentation from them would be really beneficial. And I think that is all I have to say for the time being. I want to, of course, wish everyone happy Thanksgiving, but I will see you before then on November 17th when we have our next meeting. And last night I attended Casa Alegre Neighborhood Association meeting where the newly elected city councilor Alma Castro attended with me. I invited her, and we're working on possibly doing a town hall together in our districts. So I'm looking forward to working with her as a newly elected city councilor. So happy Thanksgiving, and then we'll move on to other elected officials. Deputy Clerk, we're going to see you on Friday, but do you have anything you'd like to share with us?
We are looking forward to the Friday meeting. We're looking forward to be done with canvassing. It's going well, but we are looking forward to getting it done and over with. And we appreciated Commissioner Green's visit on election night. We hope we were entertaining. And we encourage anybody else, if they want to experience election night, to contact us and arrange for a visit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, we will go to matters from the county attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the first item, which is 11A, I would ask that we include a statement in the meeting minutes concerning the October 31st, 2023 executive session. As you may recall, at that meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene an open meeting. So as a result, the board was unable to include in the minutes of the October 31st meeting the statement required by the Open Meetings Act, which is matters discussed during the closed meeting were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. So therefore, we would be seeking a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the October 31st, 2023 meeting executive session were limited to only those specified in the motion for closure.
Do I have a motion?
So
Move to
moved.
include that in the
Okay,
minute.
so I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton,
Second from Green.
from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those meeting minutes will include that. Next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the second item, which is 11B, I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978. specifically including case number D101CV 2021-01970 in the First Judicial District, Santa Fe County. And then secondly, FMCS case number 2301-30-03039, Santa Fe County Deputy Sheriff's Association and Santa Fe County.
Can I have a motion to go into executive?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll move that we go into executive session to discuss the items mentioned by our attorney.
Can I have a second? I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. May I please have a roll call vote?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camilo Bustamante?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes?
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes. We will be short, I would say half an hour. And then we will be back, and I apologize to everyone to making you wait, but we have been sitting here for the last 4 hours or so, and we will just have a short break. And then we will be back out here to deal with the TRD ordinance and the public hearing also. So thank you very much. We are in executive session.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico, Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia.
We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Armin Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Armin Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Arminada God, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County.
Out of executive session.
So moved.
Madam Chair,
But you
have
can
to say the
second.
whole thing.
Huh?
You have to say
You
that.
have to
Oh,
say the
okay,
whole
sorry.
thing.
My apologies. So I move that we come out of executive session stating that no decisions were made and we only discussed the items that were put on the agenda by the county attorney.
Second? Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, the first thing on the agenda is item number 12, public hearing on proposed ordinance. An ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code, ordinance number 2015-9, to amend section 12.14, transfer of development rights, to amend the TDR's ratio to increase the number of additional dwelling units allowed per TDRs, to establish TDR transfer ratios for dimensional standards, to exempt affordable housing from the requirement to purchase TDRs, to make minor technical and grammatical changes, to revise procedural standards, to add a new section to allow a density change option in lieu of TDRs, and to amend the definition of lot coverage in Appendix A of the SLDC. Okay, I read the whole thing, so you don't have to read it. Thank you. Okay, Angela and Brent, and we have a handout that we just been given. Yes, you're now on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, our colleagues, as well as members of the public. I'm pleased to be here tonight to talk about the TDR ordinance and its proposed revisions. I want to note that I did just hand out, and Brett as well, a letter of public comment that was received, and a handout which is like a guide to the TDR dimensional standards and ratios. So with that, did you not want me to read the ordinance?
You don't need to read the caption.
I won't read the caption in its entirety because that's on record. Okay. So on May 9th, 2023, staff provided a presentation to the Board of County Commission regarding these amendments to the Transfer of Development Rights Program, the TDR program. These are regulations in Section 12.14 of the Sustainable Land Development Code, the SLDC. On June 27th, same year, we received BCC approval to publish title and general summary of this ordinance. On October 19th, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the ordinance as presented. The TDR program was established in accordance with the Sustainable Growth Management Plan in 2016 as a growth management tool to conserve land in sending areas and direct growth to areas with adequate public services and facilities. Where compact development, land use development, is more appropriate, and that's in the receiving areas. The TDR program is a voluntary, incentive-based, and market-driven tool for property owners to receive financial compensation for conserving lands of public benefit and encouraging compact development in sustainable development areas consistent with the county's SGMP. Sale of TDRs allows qualifying landowners to receive financial compensation for conservation measures while maintaining ownership of their land. In designated receiving areas, developers are able to increase density and adjust building dimensional standards of a project through the acquisition of TDRs. SLDC, the code section 12.14, establishes regulations for implementing the TDR program. This includes creating the TDR sending areas and the TDR receiving areas. In a sending area, development rights may be transferred from areas that are identified by a community overlay district to areas designated as environmental and resource protection overlay and historic preservation and agricultural overlay zones. 3, areas with sensitive environmental lands, for example, riparian habitats, endangered or threatened species habitat, archaeological sites. 4, areas with agricultural land. 5, areas providing open space and preserving scenic vistas, natural features, and areas of special character, but excluding areas of required open space. Or 6, through a transfer of development rights as part of a development order granting BUD relief. Receiving areas where development rights may be transferred is possible within the following zoning districts. 1, mixed use. 2, planned developments, but does not include the existing community college district. 3, industrial general, industrial light. 5, commercial general. 6, designated receiving areas. Or 7, a district rezoned to a higher density. And below is an example of how TDRs are calculated from a sending area. A landowner with 4 acres of land who wishes to protect a portion of the land for farming use, where the base zone density of that land is 1 dwelling unit per acre, the owner could build 4 dwelling units as per the SLDC. If the owner wishes to permanently preserve 3 acres under the TDR program for farming and maintain 1 acre for his or her dwelling, the owner can create 3 TDRs from the 3 acres to be preserved, since there is 1 dwelling unit associated with each acre as per the zoning of that specific sending area. The owner can then continue to farm the protected 3 acres. The developer can then purchase the 3 TDRs and use them to build additional dwelling units in a receiving area. This would be done in accordance with the TDR ratio, which identifies the increased density available through TDRs. The TDR ratio is currently set at 1:4, meaning a developer may build 4 additional units in a receiving area for each TDR purchased from a sending area. And it might be helpful that the handout you have in front of you while I'm doing some of this. This ordinance change proposes to increase the TDR ratio 1:5, which would mean a developer could build 5 additional dwellings per TDR purchased. And in the example above, that would mean he could build 15 additional dwellings with the 3 TDRs that he purchased. In addition, the dimensional standards of Chapter 8 can be modified by TDRs. Height can be increased, lot frontage and width reduced, lot coverage increased, and the percent of non-residential uses can be increased or decreased, all with TDRs. A TDR plat and a TDR agreement are required to be completed prior to receiving a TDR certificate. The TDR agreement is approved by the board, yourselves, and the TDR sending area plat is signed by the administrator, and both are recorded with the Santa Fe County clerk. TDR certificate is then issued and recorded with the clerk. Next, the TDR bank. The board established a county TDR bank in Resolution 2016-141. Development rights on county-owned land that have been certified may be deposited into the county TDR bank. As per the resolution, funds received by the county from the sale of county-owned development rights shall be used for the acquisition of additional development rights for deposit in the TDR bank and to pay the administrative costs for the TDR program. The TDR program provides 2 methods by which a developer can acquire TDRs. One is via direct purchase from the holder of a TDR certificate in a private transaction. The county could facilitate the transaction, which would result in the TDR certificate being transferred to the buyer and recorded. The other option is acquisition from the TDR bank. For example, the TDR bank may hold the TDRs from county open space lands. Developer could then purchase one or more of those TDRs, allowing those funds to be used to purchase additional TDRs from private landowners wishing to establish sending areas as described above. 2016 TDR bank benefits analysis recommended setting the county purchase price at $20,000 per TDR. This TDR price will likely require periodic updates to reflect market conditions, and the TDR bank will be set up as a separate county finance account, and we recommend that it will be managed and overseen by an internal TDR advisory board. So far 35 TDRs have been certified since the inception of the TDR program. 5 TDR plats with sending areas have been recorded. 2 projects are in the process of completing TDR plats, and 5 projects are in the qualification phase of the process. In January 2023, 6 TDRs were sold by private transactions to a developer who proposes to use them in a future project off Highway 14 in the mixed-use area. In addition, 2 county open space properties are in the process of creating TDR plats. The development rights from these open space properties will then be deposited into the TDR bank. 2 development applications involving the purchase and use of TDRs have been discussed with development review staff, one of which has received approval for a conceptual plan by the board, by you all. The order has come through the initial technical advisory committee review process. The submittal of this project indicates that there's growing interest and momentum in the TDR program. We've had this program for about 6.5 years, and it's starting to take shape and gain momentum. In light of recent TDR plat and conceptual plan appeals, it's necessary to make amendments to the TDR section of the code to increase incentives for building more compact development in Santa Fe County's growth areas and to modify the procedures in those we are actually using to provide clarity on the number of TDRs needed to increase or decrease dimensional standards for non-residential development. So, to the meat. Overview of the amendments that are proposed. Number 1, with respect to the TDR ratio, Section 12.14 of the code establishes that 1:4, as I said before, and above the base zoning, and may be developed in a receiving area for TDR purchased from a sending area. the 1 to 4. The revision proposes increasing the number of dwelling units additional per TDR to five for dwellings to be sold. In addition, the revision would establish a new TDR ratio for rental housing to 1 to 10 rental units. Rental housing constructed with TDRs will need to remain as rental units for a 20-year period minimum. The TDR ratio for rental units is higher because a developer does not recoup the construction costs of a rental unit immediately, but rather recovers that cost over time via monthly rent payments. 2, the affordable housing transfer ratio. This is new. To incentivize the development of more affordable housing, the revision eliminates all requirements for TDRs for any affordable housing that is provided in excess of Chapter 13 code requirements. For example, if a developer wants to build additional homes or apartments that would sell or rent to purchasers or tenants whose gross income is 120% of the area median income, 120% or less of the AMI for Santa Fe County, they may do so without the need to purchase TDRs. The third proposed amendment relates to the building dimensional standards. The ordinance revision includes TDR incentives to allow more flexibility in accordance with Chapter 8, of course, the zoning chapter of the code. Currently, Chapter 12 does not include a TDR ratio to identify the number of TDRs required to achieve greater dimensional flexibility allowed in the receiving area zoning districts. TDRs may be used to adjust lot frontages, width, structure heights, percentage of non-residential uses, and lot coverage standards to make higher density compact development possible. The Fourth Amendment proposed is to add a density transfer charge option, which would allow payments in lieu of TDRs when there are no TDRs in the TDR bank. This revision addresses concerns about TDR availability when a development is ready to proceed. Payments in lieu can be made into the bank, which funds can then be used to purchase TDRs from sending areas. The fifth proposed revision involves clarifying the TDR certification process and to be in accordance with current practice. The sixth change clarifies and establishes regulations to ensure that a development in a sending area shall be limited to those uses and/or structures that promote the values of the area for the reason that the TDR sending area was created. For example, the owner of a sending area that is being preserved for farming purposes would be able to build a barn to house farming supplies, but would not be able to construct a house, personal art studio, or any other structure that does not promote farming. Seventh requested change is to amend the TDR bank section, 12.14.13, to clarify language and to indicate that the county has established a TDR bank by resolution, and to provide the TDR bank administrator the authority to negotiate the purchase or sale of development rights, subject to approval of the board. The eighth change amends the definition of lot coverage in Appendix A of the code. The current definition includes gravel as an impervious area. However, the amendment removes gravel from that impervious area because gravel is often used in landscaped areas and is not considered impervious. The ninth change, which is more grammatical, includes replacing the term site throughout the ordinance with area to be consistent with the sending and receiving areas, and it revises language through section 12.14 to replace development rights for TDRs for consistency. Staff recommends approval that the board approve the revised ordinance at this meeting tonight. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. I think in number 8 you meant to say is considered pervious instead of impervious.
Did a double negative, so.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
It's going from gravel considered impervious to gravel considered pervious.
Okay. Questions from the board? Commissioner Hughes? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Badigare and Ms. Shackle, however long we go back. So this is, again, an avant-garde concept that has taken some time to finally get some traction, and it's nice to hear that there's some traction happening in the right direction with this. But I have a bunch of questions. So one of the things that we have, another dimensional standard, is not necessarily lot frontage or lot width, but is also setbacks from other units. So does this allow suddenly for us to start doing townhomes and other zero lot line situations, or are we going to be in some areas stuck with a 25-foot setback even though we have a 25-foot wide lot?
Commissioner Green, thank you for the question. It does include relaxation of setback standards.
So we could get down to zero lot line and do townhomes?
That is unclear whether it could go all the way to zero lot line. That would depend on Building and Development Services applying the code according to health and safety standards. That's part of the discussion of this ordinance.
Okay. Okay, let me get systematic about this. Are there specific maps for sending areas at this point that are shareable with us? And I saw the one for receiving areas, but what are some examples of sending areas?
Commissioner Green, members of the board, I'm glad you asked that. That's a map that's in progress. I can describe some of the sending area plats that we already have, and those include in the areas of Nambe, Chimayo, Glorieta, and San Marcos, and there are more. And again, that's a map that is forthcoming to be a compatible or companion to the sending area map. Excuse me, to the receiving area map.
Thank you. It seems like all sending units, all preserved areas have sort of an equal value, right? We're changing it from 4 to 5, but is it possible that there could be a set of values on prioritizing types of things? Like, for instance, we've talked about up here, preserving agricultural land. I personally think that agricultural land should not be built on, really, because, except at a very specific, moderate level, we just shouldn't bulldoze farms, just for the sake of housing. Was there any discussion about prioritizing different types of units and having a range, like such as you're allowing for 10 or 10 units for rentals versus 5 units for fee simple homes? Was there a discussion of doing that on the sending side?
Commissioner Green, members of the board, thanks for that question. As a matter of fact, there has been, and thanks to discussions with members who are wishing to use their sites as sending sites, and we discussed this yesterday. Currently, the ordinance does not weight the values any differently, and this came up around water in particular, that water being what it is and ever more valuable. And actually, a water right, 1 TDR for 1 water right is a 1-to-1, just like for a scenic vista or this or that, if that's getting at some of your question. That is done in other counties, like up in King County in Seattle. They do weight them differently. These programs are all over the country at regional, state, local levels, counties, and they vary, And so as I have come into the program, this has been promulgated for here, and as we can see, bringing 7 different revisions to you, it needs to evolve as well. And that currently is the way the program is at this time. And so, The same would be true if you had a sending site that had all those values, and many do. Many are exactly that. They're agricultural, they're traditional, historic, there's archaeological and historical resources on the site, and those are, you get 1 TDR per, it's still the same. It works as the exchange would still be one, not more for, say, water rights, et cetera.
So it was discussed, but there isn't necessarily a ranking system. Like I could imagine that somebody that has a very sensitive site, it's ecological, it's agricultural, it's traditional, should get 10 units automatically, and somebody that just has a 40-acre thing of beautiful views, all value to beautiful views, but might only get 3. Just
Commissioner Green, members of the board, that is a yes. It has been discussed.
that's been discussed. Thank you. So on the map of receiving areas, there were a lot of areas that were highlighted that were commercial, mixed use, and so on, but there were a bunch of areas that were not highlighted but were still part of SDA 1. Are those places not eligible, or are they covered by some or other zoning that makes them irrelevant?
Commissioner Green, members of the board, the map shows the SDA 1 areas. I don't know where I had mine. Thank you. Your question is areas that are not pink or purple?
Sure, not colored, not highlighted.
Not colored.
So I
Whether
understand
those
some
are-
of, I understand some of them are part of the community college district.
Well, correct, and if I may jump in there.
Sure.
The community college district is not shaded in this map because the community college district already has the standards, the higher density and compact design standards in it, and it was created 23 years ago, and it's being built out that way. So it is not colored in this map for that reason. It's not a receiving area, the community college district. And the entire area bounded by the dashed, bolded black line are all receiving area.
Is all receiving area, even if it's not highlighted?
That's correct.
But, excuse me, but you have the community college district within that boundary.
Chair Hansen, Member Green, everyone else on the board. This map shows, yes, you're correct. It is in a Sustainable Development Area 1. It is also the unique original animal of the county to do intelligent growth. Yeah, so that's why it's bounded by, and the key to this map, the legend, is just showing you those zoning districts within those SDA areas that qualify.
So some of these areas, I'm guessing just by looking at it, are the state pen, and so they may be not considered viable for this, and the National Guard facility and so on down the Highway 14 in the frontage road area. In the case of on the northern section north of 599, there's the areas off of Caja del Rio that are on the east side of this of that area that are not, those would be able to be sent to, but they're not highlighted.
Commissioner Green, members of the board, you're talking about what looks like the left sort of white portion within that black border. A lot of that is state-owned land. And if it's not private land, stay with me here, it's a journey. Receiving sites, to be eligible, it has to be located in one of these districts. Those are what are shown on this map.
Gotcha.
Those are the districts.
So those districts, the highlighted ones, are the only ones that are eligible for it, even though they are within SDA 1.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So on that map, there were some large red dots that were called commercial general dots. They sort of very specifically give you a center of a dot. What do those represent and what could they be?
Commissioner Green, members of the board, you are the architect on here. The reason they're like that is we wanted to identify exactly where commercial general zones are, and these are where they are. And we use dots just to indicate that. That's along Highway 14, and it makes sense that that's where there would be nodes for potentially commercial general
And so,
structures.
I think that's along I-25.
yeah, it's along the frontage road, but yeah.
Oh, excuse me, you're right. It's I-25, and yes, that's right. Because 14 is a corridor that's being also developed, and it's SDA 1.
And so in those commercial general areas, those are commercial, but we're talking about residential development. Is this how does that square that circle? Like, is it a mixed use development, or do they give up their commercial uses?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to refer to our code. I want to get the code and the definition for the commercial general zoning.
So usually what happens at a commercial is that it has higher density.
But not commercial, right? Yeah, it becomes, a lot of times, commercial development gives up, ends up not being mixed use, right? It ends up choosing one way or the other. So anyway, I was curious about the red dots more than anything else.
Well, they're along I-25, so.
Yeah.
And again, we just emphasized the red dots because we were focusing on knowing the granularity of this. Commercial general is a non-residential zoning district. That's what we just determined. So the purpose of the commercial general district is to designate area suitable for general commercial activities such as retail and wholesale, sales, offices, repair shops, limited manufacturing, warehouses, and indoor and outdoor display of goods. The CG district promotes a broad range of commercial operations and services while ensuring that land uses and development are compatible with surrounding areas.
Doesn't say anything about residential in those areas.
If you may repeat that, I didn't quite get it.
So your definition that you spoke, that you read, doesn't say anything about residential. So that's why I was wondering if those general commercials areas would be giving up.
And that, Commissioner Green, members of the board, is because in our Chapter 8 zoning, 8.7, that begins the non-residential zoning districts. So CG is within that.
So the CG does allow for residential?
No.
No. So, okay. So, all right. No, that's it. So those dots are somewhat irrelevant to this conversation as a receiving area.
Yeah, I think they're there for content and knowledge that there are commercial areas along here to support higher density so that there can be more retail or to support it from the density.
And I like walkable communities. I just wanted to know where IKEA was going. So, pardon my.
Okay, fine.
Pardon me. So, are there urban standards? Are we looking, because getting to 20 units an acre, I don't actually know if we get to 20 units an acre anywhere in the county at this point. Are we starting to look at potentially bringing some urban standards to a denser level of development? Pocket parks and other little amenities instead of having 400 units on 15 acres or whatever the math is there, 20 acres. Would other amenities have to be included in these once you get to a certain size of project?
Commissioner Green, members of the board, at this time, we do not have additional building design standards for these receiving sites.
So if somebody went with a 10-acre site and got 10, whatever the math is there,
One
sorry.
for one.
But got to 200 units on 10 acres, they would be able to do that with no amenities and no mixed use and no...
Commissioner Green, members of the board, to answer that question, no, all developments are subject to the Chapter 8 zoning code. And so those standards would come into play. They apply. Frontages, height, setbacks, lot coverages, all of that.
general requirements, except the dimensions standards change. Okay, in some of these areas, especially along I-25, which I know the city at least has tried, not so well, but has talked about preserving the viewscape along the highway. So I think there's a setback rule and a whole bunch of things that maybe not enforced very well, but we should do our own part on this. That segment along there, all that area would end up becoming 50-foot or 48-foot height development area. And I guess it's already 40, so the difference between 40 and 48 isn't that much, but anyway, I'm fine. I just want to bring up the concept of like preserving our view shed and not making it look like you're driving down I-25 in Denver, but you're looking like you're driving down I-25 in Santa Fe. And I think you've answered most of my questions. I'm generally in support of this. I have some concerns about this. I'm wondering if this is going to open floodgates or if we're going to see some unintended consequences, but I'll defer to some other folks to ask their questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody over here? Okay, Commissioner Hughes.
And I just have one question. I don't know if you've thought about this since yesterday, but we did talk about it yesterday. It occurs to me that if the price of $20,000 was set in 2016, that we may find very quickly that it's a little out of date. Have we thought any more about trying to update that number? I mean, I think we may be okay because probably the 35 people who already signed up are probably okay with that number, and I'm sure the developers are okay with it, but it may be, to get more people to preserve their land, maybe the price is a little bit higher now. I don't know.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. To respond to that, I'm glad you asked it. Yes, a lot of us have been talking about that, and I want to state up front that it's a transaction. As one of the options is a transaction. It's a market transaction between a seller and a buyer, and they can determine that price. For the county has set a base price based on an economics, or a benefits analysis at $20,000, between $20,000 and $22,000 in 2016. It will be examined as we are setting up this TDR bank, which is part of these revisions tonight that will lead to that. And that's part of the process, and that's going to take time to build the foundation for. It involves extensive interagency coordination, et cetera, that we discussed yesterday as well. So I think the point is well taken, and I think we'd be looking at that, if not before the bank is established, then certainly as part of that.
Yeah, I guess my concern would be that we not go too far down the road, because I could see where we might, now that we're the bank, we could end up selling a whole bunch of these to developers at $20,000, and then we go out and try and spend that money to bring in TDRs, and we find out, oh, well, $20,000 isn't nearly enough. And so I think it's good to, look at that sooner rather than later. I mean, like I said, I think we're okay right now because we're going to be putting in some from our open space, and
Right.
We're not particularly concerned about how much money we get for those. And the 35 people who already signed up are probably already
Why
okay
not?
with the price. Well, okay, we are concerned, but but we're not going to be out money if we're a little bit off. But once we start going out to Commissioner Bustamante's neighbors and trying to get them to preserve their land, you know, we may find the prices different, that's all.
We might have to pay more.
We might have to pay more. And we'd be good to know that sooner rather than later.
That or the developer will have to pay more to the owner, the seller.
Yeah, the developers would have to pay more, but I'm saying if we've already made a deal with the developer as the bank at one price, and the price when we go to buy the TDRs from the sending areas is different, you know.
Developer will have to negotiate with the owner.
But we've set up a bank whereby if we don't have TDRs in the bank, the developer can buy them from us ahead of time. And so we don't want to be too far off the market.
Yeah, so how are you going to do that? Are you going to come back to us with another price?
Chair Hansen, members of the commission, not per se, but we will be providing, you know, quarterly updates, and when there's conditions that change that need to be addressed, I think we would bring that forward, of course, in the context of this program. And like Commissioner Hughes said, so we will be having the advisory board, as I mentioned, formed, and that will come from the advisory board as a recommendation to you all once we've done that analysis.
Okay, and I just want to say that I am also, as you know, in support of this. Just wanted to bring that one question up. Thank you. That's.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes and Ms. Bordigari, I appreciate the work that you've put into this since you took it over. I think I was very interested in learning about TDRs when you came on, and from one moment to the next, it seemed like you were really drinking from a fire hose, and you have it now. You get it. And I appreciate the time that you and your staff have taken to help me understand this. I think in the interest of what was just being discussed and recognizing that land values change, we may be as a county in a position where we're paying more out to preserve something than we might have received in the bank. But I think it's an investment that the county has proven at times can be valuable to make. It's an investment. So if we bought it for 21 and we have to turn around and put something into preservation, conservation, or sustainable use, that we would find the value and say, yeah, well, we'll spend 40, and because we have it in the bank, it's its own interest, if you will. And it would be converse if land values went down. But as my mom always said, they're not making more. What I'd like to offer, we all received a letter from the village of La Bajada, 1727, I might add. But I would like to add the language that was proposed, because I don't think that it is lost on us that it is not just to the, to the value, acceptable or satisfaction of the county, but that there is actual state and water law behind this. So if we can go to the sending areas section 12.14.5, and then 12.14.5.1, paragraph 3, sending areas with valid irrigation. It is very, very important, as we're looking for that paragraph, to acknowledge that the value of a water right and a TDR are not commensurate. And it is one of those issues why I sat and really needed somebody to explain it to me with crayons, really slowly, blocks, demonstrations, moving little things around to say, this is how this would work, and how would we have a TDR in a land and a water right. And though this says specifically that this would be in a water right that should bear the burden of demonstrating the county's satisfaction to the validity, that's all fine and well of what the satisfaction is of the county. But right after that language, an enforceable restriction on the transfer of water rights, so you see that in that paragraph, right after the first sentence, the party sending the development rights shall bear the burden of demonstrating to the county's satisfaction the validity and other elements of water rights. We must add to that in accordance with section 73-2-21E and 73-3-4.1 New Mexico State Authority, I think is what the A stands for, but it's code 2021. That shows us that we are in conformance, in compliance with state law, with the state engineer and the state of New Mexico's law. So I would like to ask that we do put that sentence in that place. The third paragraph, does everybody know where I am? Do you need a copy of the letter? How do I make sure that this is put in that exact place? We have the letter from the La Bajada Ranch, but it is acknowledging that this isn't just to the satisfaction of the county, but in accordance with state law. So I'm asking for that to be.
Oh, with La Bajada Community Ditch, not the ranch.
Community ditch. Did I say ranch?
Yes.
Oh, my apologies.
And so what
Habit, sorry.
what I want to make clear is we are not taking water rights off of land.
That's the beauty of it, if I may, Madam Chair. So this is something I learned, and if you'll allow me, because I need to say it out loud, it took me a long time to get this. It's not the transfer of the water right on a one-to-one. The water stays right where it is. The right to develop is what is sold. The water right stays in the hands of the land. You're not separating the water from the land, and that took a little bit of time for me to understand, and that's critical and valuable, because the other concern that was coming up was that we were going to, I'm sorry? Yeah.
We agree.
That we were creating, and you all will remember that I had expressed this concern in public forum a few weeks ago, that there may be some potentially a perspective that was saying that we were creating more incentive for the developers and less incentive for those who are wanting to sell their TDRs and keep their land either productive or for preservation, whatever the case may be. This says that the transfer of the development is what's sold. The water stays for its use where it is. That's what this says. And that is what I've understood to be the case, that the water stays to be used with the land. We're not selling the water right, we're selling the development right. You won't put a house there, but the water stays on the land where it is. And trust, if that's not the answer, there will be a lot of confusion and maybe some big conversation about that.
Okay, so let's get some things clear. Okay, Angela, can you answer that question?
Madam Chair, members of the board, particularly Commissioner Bustamante, yes, I can, and I fully appreciate how much you have we've worked to understand this. I do, however, have to state that the way the program works currently is that you get additional TDRs for water on the land. So you have the option of severing development rights from your property. You also have the right to sever your water rights from the property. So and so many are not motivated to sell the water rights. I won't say many, but I know folks that I'm working with that want to preserve agricultural land want to keep the water with the land. However, the water right is it's part of the development rights, as it were, that they can gain additional credit for as a TDR. And I'm going to actually refer over to our county attorney on this.
You just said exactly what I was saying.
No. Right.
Not the opposite.
No, she said both. You can do either one, but
You can do either one.
But you can sell your water. You can sever your
Of course
water
you can
rights.
sell your water rights, but
Thanks.
if you
For
sell
TDRs.
if you sell the TDR and you don't sell the water right, you're not selling the water right, and you can keep the water where it is and
Okay,
use it where it is.
you can.
If
You're
you
just-
sell the water rights, which is something I can do today, that's a different story than the TDR. I'm selling the water rights and I'm severing the water from the land. If I'm selling a TDR, I can keep the water and the use on the land and sell a right for somebody else to develop and I can't develop. I just still have the water on the land.
Can I ask an associated question?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
So given this whole discussion, it occurs to me that a while ago you said that the value, if you do want to separate your water rights and provide water rights for TDRs, that it's a one-to-one trade, it's a one-to-one value. But if I'm not mistaken, in the current market, an acre foot of water rights is worth a lot more than $20,000.
Commissioner Hamilton, members of the board,
So-
yes, and that is what led to the discussion about weighting the different criteria, which I'm not putting on the table here, but I think we're getting there. You can sell your water right and you can sell your development right, and they're equally valued.
Yeah, but I'm suggesting that needs to be evaluated also, because I don't think they're equal value.
They're not equal value.
I don't think they're equal value either.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, since we discussed this at length tomorrow, what we came to realize is, yes, you can sell the water off of your land for about $40,000 to $60,000 an acre foot. If right now you were to take the TDR on your water right, you would only get $20,000. But in that case, you actually get to keep the water.
Yes.
All you're doing is giving up your right to sell the water rights.
Very true, but that's very, very true. But that's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
What I'm asking is if you're essentially, you can sell your water rights, but if you're entering your water right into the TDR program, they're valued equally, which means, like, what,
Oh, right, the land and the water may be
different.
different.
$20,000 in the TDR program, which makes no sense.
I'd like to say something about the addition that the La Bajada group wants to make, because I looked this up yesterday, and it's just referring to the state law that gives the ditch association some say over whether someone can sell their water rights. And I don't think it changes anything about our ordinance. It just would give anybody reading it notice to go look at the state law, which also applies to water rights. So I think it's okay to add the change, because I don't think it changes anything that we are trying to do with the TDR program.
Okay, I'm going to go to the attorney and the manager about this change.
Which change?
So, Madam Chair,
Adding-
Madam Chair, Commissioners, as to that particular change, Commissioner Hughes is correct that it deals with the acequia and the ditch and their approval over the water right. It said it shall be subject to the approval of the commissioners of the acequia or community ditch. So that's basically what both of those provisions are doing. As to the impact on that, let me go back to section. I'm trying to understand where it fits. In paragraph 3 of 12.14.5, it states sending areas with valid irrigation rights may receive 1 additional TDR for each acre foot of irrigation water rights, only if the owner agrees to an enforceable restriction on the transfer of water rights acceptable to the county.
And that's where, right
in
there.
accordance with section
Yes.
73-2-21E and 73-3. So that would say it's also has to be in accordance with state law relative to the acequia and the ditch association's approval. So I guess I don't have any problem with that addition. County Manager, do you have any other thoughts on that?
Okay.
I'm just a recovering attorney, so I don't.
Okay.
Madam Chair, could
I have one. It did not sound very clear. I feel like it is really important, and I'm sorry I didn't come and meet with you, but that the water rights do not have to be sold with the TDRs.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay. So people can keep their water rights as long as they want and irrigate as long as they want on their land.
Madam Chair, I think as I understand the provision, joking aside, this provides people with an additional incentive to keep the water right with the land. And so you don't have to do that, but if you want to, recognizing the acequia rights, if you want to restrict the transfer of the water rights so that it will stay associated with the land, you get an additional TDR. So in other words, absent that, you could transfer your development rights and then sell the water, and there's no water that would continue to be there to support agricultural uses and the like. So it's an additional incentive for people to keep the water tied to the land and not
Because they
sever
get
it.
an additional TDR.
Correct.
For keeping it with the land.
That is
Then they
correct.
can turn around and sell it.
No, they couldn't. I mean, they could sell it, but they couldn't transfer it from the land, is the way I read the provision. You could sell your water right, Greg Schaefer, to Jeff Young, the next worker of the land, but the water right would have to stay with the land. You could still sell it, it's just it would have to stay with the land.
Okay. Okay, I think everyone up here isn't concerned about that, you know, the water staying with the land. Okay, I need to go to a public hearing. Have we, I think we've had enough questions at the moment. We can have more questions afterwards. I want to open this up for public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience here who would like to make a public comment or on this proposed ordinance? Welcome, Warren. Please, do you have to be sworn in? Yes?
I believe so, yeah.
Warren Thompson, 50 West.
Hold on. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And now, please
Warren
state...
Thompson, 50 West, Saddleback Mesa, Santa Fe, 87508.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
So I've been a supporter of this program since the beginning. We did 5 TDRs in 2019, and those have been certified. We have the certificates. In that period, in the last 4 years, I've received 1 phone call on those rights and was unable to sell them. So I'm glad to see there's some activity around it. We'd like to do some more TDRs and feel that a marketplace is really hopeful. The county website has a TDR marketplace, and we're listed there. There are 2 sets of water rights that are listed on there that have certificates, but we haven't seen any activity. And like I said, we'd like to do some more. I do have some concerns with some of the language in this, and I'd just like to get some clarification on it. Paragraph 1214.3.3 states that a single property shall not be both a sending area and a receiving area. And I don't know what the definition of a single property is. Is that a lot of legal record? Is that a property owner? What is that? We have a case where we have land that is zoned mixed use that's on a lot of record, and directly adjacent to it is agricultural land. And would I be prohibited from taking the TDRs off the agricultural land and putting it onto the mixed use land because of this language? So we need to define a single property more clearly.
Okay. I think that is a question for land use staff or legal. Maybe it should say a legal lot of record.
Madam Chair, yeah, Commissioner, I would defer to land use, but you know, in looking at the language just in isolation, we would be thinking a legal lot of record. You know, that's it. But I do take that point. You know, that a definition might be useful. Do you have a comment?
Oh, members of the board, thank you, Mr. Young. I think what he just said is how I interpret that as well. But I do recognize what Mr. Thompson is raising, and it does need to be defined.
Yeah, I think
for
it
purposes
needs
of
to
this
say
section.
a legal lot of record, because a single property is too vague.
That is my belief.
The same thing that I just said?
Yes.
Okay, so then we need to change that.
Yes.
Yeah, and we need to add in, I think,
Stuff
okay,
about state
Warren,
law.
What else do you have?
I have confusion on the TDR marketplace where our TDRs are listed and the bank. From what I'm hearing tonight, it sounds like the bank is a county facility that has the county's TDRs in it, and the individual owners of TDRs are separate. We're in a marketplace. Do you take deposits in your bank?
That's a good question.
I mean, what takes priority when customers come in? Do you say, well, go to the marketplace, or we've got them here in our bank? I mean, how does that market work? It's very confused to me.
Okay, let's have Angela try and answer that question.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Thompson, members of the board. One and the same. We're calling it a marketplace on the website. That was a form that was created years ago when this program started. The TDR Bank, and the way the TDR Bank functions is like a marketplace. So it really is, it's probably a
So is his-
semantics issue.
His TDRs in your marketplace?
The marketplace, the website has marketplace on it, and it is, yes, they're qualified TDRs that are listed there by the owner, address, contact information. So that's listed on, there's two web pages. One says qualified TDRs, and it does have a heading of marketplace. So it's for the public to see, and they can contact directly. As Mr. Thompson said, he's received one phone call or contact
So we don't want to use the word bank and marketplace, is what I'm hearing, because it's confusing.
Can I ask a question?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If they're indeed separate, right? So how would the county bank operate separately from the marketplace, and are we now in competition with people we've, you know?
Or would the county's
Get
TDRs
closer
be
to the
listed
mic.
in the?
Get closer to the mic.
Or would the county's TDRs be listed in the marketplace?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's all related questions.
Okay. All members of the board, to clarify, I hope, we're using, I think, I just said use them interchangeably, but we don't use them interchangeably. The TDR Bank is the actual mechanism that we set up that I've talked about here tonight. And the TDR Marketplace is just this broad cloud out there where senders have their TDRs listed for sale. And
Are we listed there too?
Not yet, because we don't have any TDRs in our bank yet.
Okay.
And when we get our TDRs off of some of our open spaces, then we will be able
And
to
then you'll be
say
in the
county.
marketplace also.
So they'll be in the marketplace also.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, next.
Yes, thank you. 12-14-7-2.
12-14-7.
2. It says that receiving sites must be served by public water and wastewater systems. And I think that's well and good, but there's a trap here that we should be careful of. So I could take all my development rights off of a piece of property where I could drill wells and actually develop the property, convert them to TDRs, and then when a developer comes in and goes to the county says, we have no water. So now I've got TDR certificates that aren't worth anything because there's no water to develop with. And if we go back to one other section, 1214.119, it says that reinstitution of development rights on sending areas is prohibited. So once you've severed these, they're severed forever. If there's no water for development, you've got a piece of paper.
Come again.
All of these areas that are receiving areas are places that are served by county water,
Right.
correct? That's like,
They're in our development areas.
Yeah, but if they don't have water and there's no water going to them, it doesn't sound like you can develop there. That's not that confusing. You just don't develop where there's no water.
Last week, we've been working on an affordable, 100% affordable rental project, 320 units. Last week, the county told us they had no water available for that project. They have no water. So
this is saying if Madam Chair, excuse me, this is saying if there is no water, there won't be a development.
Yes.
So you won't get that far. You won't get to the, we have everything approved and we're finding out. You can't be a receiver of a development right to a place that can't be developed.
But we've severed our development rights and can't undo it, and there's no water. So we have a piece of paper. That's all we've got left.
You're going to the sending and to the receiving at the same time. This is under the receiving
No, but
sites.
on the sending area, we do those ahead of time. We do those today, and we go put them in the marketplace, and we have certificates, and we cannot undo that process.
This is, Madam Chair,
It's
with
two
all due
different
respect. So if I may, so this is under receiving sites. So you're saying if you've sent them, so if you're a sending site and you expected it to go to a receiving site that does not meet the criteria for having water, then you shouldn't have set it up as something you assumed was going to go there. This says explicitly that the receiving site must be served by public water or wastewater systems.
I'm just pointing out that Santa Fe County is tight on water, and that we are setting up a program in place and asking people to remove their development rights, and they may not get anything for it in the end unless we address our water issues. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes, you're right.
That's all I'm saying.
I get it.
It's a trap, that's all.
Okay.
We should be careful, that's all I'm
Yes,
saying.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah, so I wonder if we might look into this as an issue that the county utilities is currently in a situation where we don't necessarily know what kind of wet water and water rights we actually have. And we've had some discussions on this, so I'm not sure if that we don't have water is a potentially temporary thing where we're not going to make decisions until we know how much water rights we have. Nevertheless, in principle, this could happen. Just because an area is served with county water pipes doesn't mean we're quote unquote ready, willing, and able to provide water for more than X amount of development. And so it's
I'm just pointing it out, that's all.
Right, unless you bring your own water.
You know, I have done that. That is a very challenging process to go through, and it's very time-consuming.
Exactly.
I would highly recommend that the county go out and buy all the water they can, finance it with bonds, and pay them off when you sell the water. But for individuals to go out and get waters for every project is a very difficult process.
If I may quote
Yes.
the land use manager, the TDRs aren't for everyone, and it might not apply, and because the water's not there, it doesn't mean we have to make it something that's viable for a TDR or for development. If it's not developable, then it's not, and if the TDR doesn't make sense, that's up to I'm quoting when I was trying to learn this, I was told over and over again, it isn't for everyone. So in this case, you're saying, look, you just told me I was going to be able to develop this. It's like, no, actually, you thought you were going to develop it, but it doesn't comply with this.
Yeah, Commissioner, Chairman, Commissioner, I understand that. I'm just pointing it out because I've become more and more resistant to doing the TDRs and stripping them from the land unless I think there's an exit strategy in place. If there's no exit strategy out of the TDRs, I don't mind waiting, but if there's no exit strategy, why would I go down that path? That's...
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
No, I think that's a very good point that he's making, and we need to take that into account. And it all has to do with the value of the TDRs and the bank and all of that together, seeing how this is going to work going forward.
And I agree with you that we need to buy water.
Good.
Okay, we need to buy water rights.
I have one final comment, I think, and that's on 1214-8. And that states, this is
8 point what?
Maybe it's 4. It's 7 struck out, and then it's 814-8, and then there's a strike through. So it's right after 814-7-9. So it's 814-8. Yeah, that's all it is. 814-8. Property is not eligible to as a receiving site if the TDR right to the property adversely impacts the regional or local significant historical resources or naturally sensitive sites. So we've defined the receiving areas, and then we have this broad language in here that says, you know, we can deny that as a receiving area for a very broad set of ideas here.
Madam Chair, I can summarize it.
Well, I would like to find it. I can't. I'm at 1214.7.2.3.
Keep going. After 7.9. It's the paragraph after 1214.7.9. 1214.7.9 is affordable housing. This one isn't titled 1214.8.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I see it. 1214.7.9.
It's affordable housing. The next paragraph after that, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 under affordable housing. It's the next paragraph.
A property is not eligible
There
as
you
a
go.
receiving area if the transfer of development rights to the property would adversely impact regional or local significant historical resources or natural sensitive areas.
I have no problem with some language that says we're not going to have an adverse impact on significant historical resources or naturally sensitive areas. I have no problem with that. We're not going to adversely affect those areas.
So we do archaeological surveys. We do all of these things as a normal course of development, right? They're in the code. Well, I know, but we have provisions in the code currently that makes us go through all these studies. We do all these things to make sure that we're not being insensitive to the environment, to the cultural resources, to traffic, to all kinds of things. We have the whole SAR section.
Then it wouldn't be an issue because you've done the study. You're not going to have an adverse impact.
Understand.
So if there is no adverse impact, there's no conflict with the statement.
I might be able to shed a little light on this, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes, but we're getting a little out of control, so I'm going to rein this back in. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner
Well,
Hughes.
I'm trying to at least speak through the chair, which I would hope others would do as well. I just wanted to say I think that this paragraph might be in anticipation of the idea that we may have receiving areas that aren't identified yet, because I think there is a process somewhere else in the code where an area can apply to be a receiving area. Okay. And I think this is saying you can't apply to be a receiving area if you've got a archaeological site, like Bandelier can't apply to be a receiving area.
All right. That's good. Thank you for your time. Those are all the comments that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. It's good to see you. Thank you for participating. Okay, is there anybody else who wishes to make public comment? Oh, Darren's here, right? Oh, is that Darren? Welcome, Darren.
Thank you. I'll be quick.
Sir? There we go. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And speaking into the mic, please state your name, your
Good
address,
evening,
and that you're
Madam
under
Chair
oath.
and Commissioners. I'm Darren Munzberg, Vice President of the La Valhalla Community Ditch and Mutual Domestic Water Association. I guess there's a couple questions. Commissioner Green brought up the one about the various scales and valuations of a transferable development, right? And I think those were all spelled out very well in the 2016 resolution as far as what the acceptance criteria would be for sending areas. That set the equivalency at maybe a unit of 1 TDR for each one of those criteria. A lot of our properties in La Valhalla meet several of the criteria. I really wanted just to let you know that, yes, you get it. You get the idea that what we're looking for from the Osequia perspective is the incentive for the traditional lifeway to continue. The incentive for water rights, remember the TDR bank is not a water rights bank. This happens to be a case where we're making apples out of oranges, right? And we got to be very careful not to do apples and hand grenades the minute we mention water, right? So the important part here to realize is that incentive is there, and the way it's spelled out in the language is very clear, but we don't want to leave any opening for severance of the water rights from the appurtenant lands. It's very important to the Osequia that those, as you say, the water right may be transferable to owner, but the water right should remain appurtenant to the land. That's the basis of the land-based nature as much as it's a water-based nature of Osequia culture, is that the land and the water go together. So I think we're confident that in submitting that easy change, just incorporation by reference of that statute, that you've nailed it. And I thank you for spending the effort. It's a confusing issue. We've been with it for a long time too and watching it morph. And we keep coming up with this kind of questions when it's the minute, again, water comes up, then we start thinking of it in a different, strictly as a commodity level. So just trying to get back from land development back to growth management, where the entire impetus began. I'm glad that we're keeping it sustainable. That's the commonality between the two manifestations of where we were going with growth management in Santa Fe County when we first started it out. So now that it turns out to be land development, it's good that we still have that grounding in what we're talking about, which is incentives for senders, for residents of Santa Fe County to maintain the distinct character and the traditional lifeway that we're blessed with. So thanks for your time and thanks for your understanding and your effort.
Thank you, Darren, and thank you for coming, and thank you for writing the letter. And is there anyone else here who wishes to make a public comment on this issue? Okay, seeing none, I am going to close this public hearing. The first thing I'd like to do is make sure that we have a motion to include what we were just talking about with Darren. So do we need a motion, Attorney Young, to add that in?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes, we would, if the board chose to move to adopt the ordinance, we would need a motion to amend the proposed draft to include this language proposed by the La Bajada Community Ditch Mutual Domestic Water Association. And I believe there were other suggestions brought up during the public comment that would need to be added as well to the ordinance.
It looked like most of the things that were suggested were acceptable as additions into
What specifically were they? Were
The specific were, instead of a single property, it was a legal lot of record. Yeah, the La Bajada amendment of, was there anything else that I am missing?
Two.
I can make the motion if you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Angela first.
Madam Chair, I don't want to interrupt the motion making, but I do have something to add before you vote.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, I want to go back to Commissioner Green's question regarding commercial general zoning, and I misspoke. It is allowed, dimensional standards, multifamily residential development at densities above the density indicated in the table do require TDRs. So in the existing table, if you have, with 20 TDRs, you can increase the number of dwelling units in the commercial general zone. We don't prevent houses from being built in any zone, right? Is that?
But that's not part of what we're motioning. We're not making, that's not a change.
It isn't. I just wanted to make that clarification. And if it
Okay,
was
so I
out
wanna go
of,
back
out of
to this
line, pardon me.
motion And get that done, and then we'll, okay, so we have those two changes. Commissioner Bustamante, you want to make a motion to make those two changes?
Madam Chair, if I may, I would like to make a motion to accept the proposed ordinance with the following changes: that the language be changed to single lot of record and not the previous.
Legal lot,
That's what I said, right?
no,
Single legal lot of record.
legal lot. of record.
Legal lot of record. Not single legal lot of record, legal lot of record.
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies, I wrote it incorrectly. As well as to include the language as provided by the La Bajada Community Ditch and Mutual Domestic Water Association, to include the language that refers to the New Mexico Code 73-2-21E and 73-3-4.1.
And MSA 2021.
And MSA 2021, the language that was provided in the letter from La Bajada Community Ditch Mutual Domestic Water Association.
I'm
So-
seconding it.
Okay, so Commissioner Hughes is second. Under discussion, Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Just, this is mostly for Greg, just to make sure that we're not referring to some part of New Mexico statute that is going to get us. Have we read out loud what 73-2-21E? You have it right there, and it says what we think it says? Okay, great.
Okay. So any other questions here? Okay, I have a motion and a second. I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do I need a roll call? Okay. Sorry, we need a roll call. No, we're approving the ordinance and amendment. Thank you.
So the ordinance with language changes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, roll call, I apologize.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante,
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
and Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Brett. Thank you, everybody, Lasaida, everyone who worked on this. Good job. Thank you for the presentation, and it's nice to see you here, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, would you like a number for this?
I would.
All right. So this will be ordinance 2023-07. And before I submit it for signature, I will need the updated brown copy.
Okay. I don't know who you're going to get that from, but they'll work on it. Yeah, somebody
should
over
be able to
there.
do it.
Okay,
Rachel should be able
next, we're going to go on to the last item of the evening, item 13, case number, so Jose, do you want me to read this whole thing, or are you going to read it?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and read it.
Okay, so case number 235091. That's as far as I'm going.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Francis Phillips, appellant, is appealing the Santa Fe County Planning Commission's final order regarding a variance request. The appellant requested a density variance to allow two dwelling units on 6.54 acre parcel. Currently, there is an existing 1,340 square foot residence and a 1,440 square foot residence on the site. The subject property lies within the rural residential zoning district, where the base density is one dwelling per 10 acres. The property is located at 35 Mescalero Trail, SDA 2, within Township 15 North, Range 10 East, Section 2, Commission District 4. On January 30th, 2023, the appellant presented a submittal application for a short-term rental registration to staff. The site plan and air photos illustrated a primary residence, a structure or studio, a two-car garage, and a second-story dwelling. Staff conducted a search on the county database to verify whether all structures on the property had been permitted with Santa Fe County. Staff determined that the primary residence, the studio, and the two-car garage had been permitted with Santa Fe County. The studio is considered an accessory structure and was never permitted as a residence. Mr. Phillips has removed the kitchen and is not using the structure as a separate dwelling. The second two-story dwelling was permitted as a two-car garage with a storage area on the second story. At some point in time prior to Mr. Phillips purchasing the property, the two-story garage was converted into a two-story dwelling unit. It is this two-story converted garage that is the subject of the variance request, as Mr. Phillips is requesting to use it as he had bought it as a dwelling. The appellant has stated that the property was purchased as is. The appellant has provided an appraisal report which describes the property and the structures on the site. The appraisal lists a dwelling with a bedroom and a bath at a 522 square foot guest house and a detached two-car garage with a 744 square foot studio apartment above the garage. Naturally, the appellants assumed that what was presented in the appraisal were permitted structures. The appellant states that he bought the property believing that these structures could be used as described in the appraisal report. The appellant assumed that the garage area below the studio apartment could be utilized as a living area and improved the area by moving the kitchen and laundry room from the second floor downstairs. Replaced the garage doors with French doors and created living room space. The appellant states that he did not get a permit as it was interior remodel. On August 17, 2023, the variance request was presented to the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on the application and found the application was not well taken and ordered the variance be denied. The Planning Commission appeared to deny the Phillips variance based on a prior variance request. The variance request was for a structured garage that was built by the owner of the property within the setback requirements. The Phillips variance was different, in which the property was sold to Mr. Phillips with two dwelling units already built on the site. Mr. Phillips did not create the violation. Mr. Phillips purchased a violation. The property is zoned rural residential. The appellant is requesting an appeal of a denial of a variance of Table 8-8 dimensional standards, which illustrates the density within rural residential as one dwelling per 10 acres. The studio was acknowledged on the recorded plat that created the 6.54 acre parcel. Staff has verified that permits were issued for the 1,340 square foot primary residence, the studio, the two-car garage, and a two-car garage with a storage area on the second story. The appellant states, I purchased the home in 2013 and made it into an Airbnb rental. For 10 plus years with 5-star reviews, I've added value to the area as well as bringing significant revenue to the Santa Fe County and city for more than a decade. The 3 existing structures were built and approved in 1991, 1995, and 2000, had existing electric, plumbing, and one bedroom each structure. I bought the home as a living space as sold to me as evidenced in purchase appraisal. Apparently, the previous seller or owners did not obtain a permit for the two-level structure as a living space. The appellant also states that he lives in the converted two-car garage and he rents the primary dwelling and the accessory structure as one single short-term rental. Staff does acknowledge that the applicant bought the property based on the appraisal that listed a dwelling with a bedroom and bath and a 522 square foot guest house and a detached two-car garage with a 744 square foot studio apartment above the garage. 3 dwellings and bedrooms total, 3 bedrooms and bedrooms total, and the applicant has removed the kitchen in what was identified as a guest house and is not using this as a separate dwelling. The Planning Commission hearing officer and Building and Development Services staff reviewed the variance application for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements and found that the facts presented do not support the request for a density variance to allow 2 dwelling units on 6.54 acre parcel. The recommendation of the hearing officer, Planning Commission, and staff was denial of the request for a variance of Table 8-8 dimensional standards to allow 2 dwelling units on 6.54 acre parcel. If the Board of County Commissioners finds that the variance request has met the variance criteria and finds that the variance request is a minimal easing and recommends approval of the appeal, staff recommends the following conditions be imposed. 1, the applicant shall submit an application for a residential development permit for the remodel of the 1,440 square foot residence, formerly the 2-story 2-car garage. Additional, number 2 condition would be additional dwellings units on the 6.54 acre site will be prohibited. This report and the exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as part of the hearing record. And Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Questions from the board? I want to go to a public hearing, I need to allow the appellant to present. Okay. Appellant, Francis? So I want to make a few comments. One, I believe that everybody on this board has read everything that has been put in the packet. So we have read the Planning Commission and your statement, at least I have. Is there anybody on this board who has not read that? No, okay, so we have read everything. So I'm trying to say this so that we can have some brevity.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam
Chair.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. When I spoke with Jose, he said to keep it under 30 minutes, and I think I could probably get it done in about 20 minutes. And I do have some supporting material to share.
You have to be sworn in.
Hi, sir. Okay. And is your friend going to testify as well? Or is it just you?
It's just me as of right now.
Okay. All right. So raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And speaking into the microphone, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
My name is Francis Phillips. My address is 35 Mescalero, and Santa Fe, New Mexico, Mescalero Trail, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505. And the other question?
And that you're under oath.
And that I'm under oath, yes.
Thank you.
And if I can deliver these folders to you, please. Thank you. In the folder I just handed you, I'm going to read the first 3 paragraphs, and that is to thank you for your time and review for my request for variance for the 2013 purchase of my home, 35 Mescalero Trail. When applying for a vacation rental permit in January, it was brought to my attention by the county that I had unknowingly bought a home in violation. In 2013, I had asked my realtor to help me find a home that I could vacation rent with a large guest house that I could make my own home. As my job did not offer a pension nor retirement plan, I wanted to devote the next 10 years paying off this home while working so that I could live there for retirement and have the vacation rental income supplement my retirement income. When viewing 35 Mescalero Trail, there was an existing compound as listed and sold as a compound of 3 separate 1-bedroom homes. As I look here and I wanted to use this example here, the first home, which was built 32 years ago, was a studio. Okay?
You need to talk into the mic.
Yes. So as you could picture the 3 1-bedroom homes, the first unit was built in 1991, and it was a studio. As I was asked to go to Francine Lobato to the state of New Mexico in Albuquerque to get records, there was never a recording of this studio being permitted or approved. Okay? And we didn't find this out, I didn't find this out until after the second hearing. Okay? So 1991, a studio. And through the rest of the years of 1997, 99, 2000 of applying for other homes that I inherited here, it was referred to as a studio, a guest house, a studio, a guest house. But as I've witnessed the home, it's always been a 1-bedroom mini home with a mini kitchenette with a sink, is what this was, what it always was. In 1995, 27 years ago, the main house was constructed. You have a main house and a studio. And that is exactly what I have been renting as a 1 and a 1A, for example. A main house with a studio. And what is it called? What structure? An accessory dwelling, thank you. All right? So 1991, 1995. And in the year 23 years ago, in the year 2000, this is what was referenced as a 2-car garage. It's been listed as a 2-story, but really it's like a huge, tall A-frame. And when it was originally permitted in 2000, per records, it was a 2-car garage with a walk-up storage. Okay? This is what I purchased, and this is what I was shown to me almost 3 decades ago, these 3 structures here. And when I bought them, what was shown to me was a 1-bedroom home, a 1-bedroom home, and a 1-bedroom home with a sewer line, a bathroom in each one, with a septic right here. Now imagine how, to my terror and my alarm, to be told back in January when applying for a vacation rental permit that this was not a home and that it was a 2-car garage. And I bought it as a home. So immediately, as we've gone through the hearings, I went back to my original realtor to say, hey, I need to show proof that I did not do this conversion. Okay, I bought this as a home. It was a home as sold to me. So on the next page I give to you is my letter from my realtor, Amber Williams, and she says, to whom it may concern, my name is Amber Williams, and I'm a licensed real estate associate broker with Santa Fe Properties. In 2013, I was contacted by Francis Phillips to assist him with a property search to find a home that could offer a primary residence for retirement with an Airbnb option. The property at 35 Mescalero Trail was identified as a compound. That's how it's listed, as a compound, which had 3 existing separate structures. Upon walkthrough of the property, this is in 2013, we noted there was a main house that had a 1-bedroom, 1 bath, and a kitchen. A guest casita had 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and a kitchenette. And there was a 1 bedroom, 1 bath within what was previously a 2-car garage, no longer used as a garage. This is noted with the description and the floor plans of the 2013 appraisal of the property for sale. So I wanted to point this out so you can see that if we wind the clock back to 2013 when I bought the home, this was not a 2-car garage. It was a home. Okay? And that's why I was attracted to this home, because my retirement plan was to live in a large guest house and rent out the main house to supplement my retirement.
So we've all read
Okay,
everything.
very good. So as I move forward here, the next page here is from the 2014 permit application where I applied for a 2-car garage, as there was no 2-car garage. And on page 11 of the site outlay given to Santa Fe County in 2014, it shows my builder disclosed that there was an existing residence, which is here like the L, and an existing residence here. This was shown to the county in 2014. And when I applied for that 2014, that was the garage that was built in 2014 that I had permitted when I bought the home, and about 6 short months later, had a 2-car garage built, and then also a studio, which, I'm sorry, not a studio, a storage shed, which was right here. And this was like a Home Depot $3,000 shed that was already there. This is what the shed that I had built, all permitted. Always, when I've done my business and working with homes, I have my homes permitted. When I get my jobs done, they're permitted. When I sell a home, it's a clean home that is sold. I've prepared for you a very brief, as I can make it as brief as I can, with a lot of points, 3-page outline, as my job today is to show that the variance review criteria is met so that, number one, the spirit of the SLDC is observed and a substantial justice is done. Number two, where the request is not contrary to the public. And number three, due to extraordinary and exceptional situations or conditions on the property, the strict application of the code would result in a peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties of exceptional and undue hardship to the owner. So if I may review these bullets very quickly, and I have some supporting materials there, and I'll be done very quickly. That be okay?
Okay.
So to support these 3 criteria for a variance, number one, so that the spirit of the SLDC is observed and substantial justice is done. I've lived in Santa Fe for 22 years. I moved here in 2001. I know there is a drought, so I want to be sure that well water is maintained for my home. So, A, water conservancy. I spent $10,000 6 or 7 years ago for a water cistern to capture rainwater from the roofs, for landscaping, and 2 water barrels. So we're very conscious of saving water for this home. Number 2, there's never been a violation of the Mescalero Road covenants. I have them enclosed here in the folder. Number 3, the home is monitored year-round by housekeeping, handyman, landscaper, and myself. Number 4, the septic that I inherited that had 1, 2, 3 baths going in. Earlier this year, for this preparation, I had the New Mexico Environmental Division amend the septic approval as a 3-bedroom grandfathered, and that's been done, and I have that paperwork here. Number 5, approximately 150 juniper and pinyon trees were removed from forestry for forestry safety, less water usage, and aesthetic, along with year-round quality and care of the property. I have an exhibit from my landscaper showing that and his commentary here that you read. Number 6, Little Road usage. In the first variance request, there was a lot of concern about water usage. That's very important to me too. I want a well that survives. And when I ran statistics of the high season of this home, which the statistics are here, only 0.94 cars have averaged in the home during the rental. So if there's 3 days they didn't rent, 0, 0, 0, that's how you have less than 1 car. So very few cars are ever there taking up Apache Ridge Road, et cetera, which is a mile away from my home, and no different than a family of 2 people. There's just 1 car in your average, and we're not using up the road. People, when they come to a vacation rental, they come in the morning, they go out and see the beautiful country, and then they come back in the afternoon. Some, in longer stays, they stay there and write books, they meditate, and they go out to and from about 3 or 4 times a week. So the road usage is minimal. 6, owner recognized by Mescalero Road Fund treasurer. Our Mescalero Road treasurer wrote, "I wish everyone it was as easy as supporting our road improvement initiatives. I've always overfunded what was required of Mescalero Road. If there was 400, I paid 800 because it was very important to me." And you have his commentary here. These statistics are extremely important, and I have enclosed for you where I was alarmed to find that some people at Apache Ridge were concerned about abusive use of the road. So I went back and ran the statistics that I've given for you, showing every rental during the high season starting June 15th. And you'll see, as through these averages, the dates they stayed, how many vehicles, how many were in their group. So if there were 3 days empty, that would count as 0, and that's why you may see something under 1, for example. And overall, the criteria shows that in the high season, there was 2.34 guests per night, with an average of 0.94 cars. So I'm not abusing to ask for this variance, which is an exception to have 2 dwelling units that are living. I'm not taking up more water. I'm not taking up more road usage. This is given in proof as it could be verified with Airbnb and VRBO, as I pull these from here. And then if you averaged in the low season, for example, November 3rd through the 15th is not even booked at all. So there will be periods in the winter where it's less. So overall, my averages show that there is no different than less than a family of 2 and 1 car per night. We're not excessive and abusive, and I think that is a very strong situation in supporting the SLDC initiative. And then finally, in 2019, there was an electric leaning pole, and we went out to P&M and asked to get that fixed. Instead, they said, wait a minute, this 2-unit, this multi-living situation, the electric panels are not right. I didn't know that. That's what I inherited as well. So to support the spirit of the SLDC2, to show you that there was $8,000 spent with the licensed electrician with P&M to get those corrected where you have a Mescalero A electric and a Mescalero B electric. All so you can see that electric, water, road usage are minimal. Number 2, where the request is not contrary to the public. A, Mescalero Road covenants have no caps on dwellings, no caps on structures. B, Mescalero covenants do not prohibit rental properties, including vacation rentals. Some may have confused vacation rentals as commercial, and I put in there an enclosure from the Los Alamos Reporter showing that there was an appellate court that ruled that vacation rentals are not commercial properties from the state of New Mexico appellate court. C, so it's no violation of the covenants.
I have read that.
Okay. C, the majority of Mescalero Road homeowners have multiple structures. D, I'm so glad that Jose he's been so wonderful to work with, and regretfully there was some errors in the first variance meeting where the announcement made it sound like I had 3 living units and was applying for 2, just to make it sound like it was 5. So there was a lot of havoc with Apache Ridge owners on the 1 to 5 miles as the spoke of Mescalero Road out here. So that all got corrected, and I wrote back to the people and said, this is not correct, this is the story here, what's going on. So that I did everything I could to get that straightened out. I have always supported the 100% the Mescalero Road Fund for 10 years, and you saw the treasurer's comments. We have not been abusive to the road for 3-month averages, and all vacation rentals from the very beginning have been told to use all-wheel drive, front-wheel drives. Santa Fe is a ski town, a snow town, and also to be conservative with water. H, the nightly average number of guests were less than 2, the trees, and it's always been a quiet, peaceful oasis. For 10 years, I have lived peacefully at this very quiet home retreat. And it's off the road, off of Mescalero, with no complaints except for one neighbor 2 houses down who has a restraining order on his other neighbor where he just seems to be mad about everything. And I just can't change that. But I have adhered to the Mescalero covenants. He just doesn't like having a vacation rental in his neighborhood, I think. 3, very important here, and the numbers, and these are some things that were not in your folder originally that I've brought. Where due to the extraordinary and exceptional situations or conditions of the property, the strict application of the code would result in peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties or exceptional and undue hardship to the owner. A, I unknowingly purchased a 1-bedroom unit that was formerly a 2-car garage that was a non-permitted conversion. B, and that's why I did work so hard to show my realtor's letter. B, in the 2013 appraisal, it shows pictures of the appraisal of the home. There's a description by the appraiser listing a studio, a guest house, and a main house, and that there are living structures in all 3, as he mentions. He also has pictures of what he calls the garage because that's what it was originally. But if you look in the box, it's not a garage, it's a home. And in the pictures, you see the pictures of what was the home. And although there were garage doors there, they were dormant, they were deactivated and not working, and the entrance was from the side door where the kitchen is. You'll also see pipes in the ceiling where you see plumbing. So this is what I bought, and this was a home. I did not change this, okay? I improved it. C, if a variance is not granted, what I bought 10 years ago, I've been cheated. Santa Fe Properties listing agent showed a compound of 3 living structures. That's what I bought and improved. I spent $200,000 almost improving this structure for my home. I also, concerned about permits and that being told I should have had permits here, I reached out to Lasaida Gutierrez, the manager here, and I shared, if Home Depot comes to put in a kitchen and there's already plumbing there, is a permit required? She said, no, because it's an interior remodel. I said, that's what I thought. I've always reached out to get permits when they were required, but because this home was already a home, I improved it. So and I've given you pictures of that. And that's why there was no permitting done, because it was an interior remodel. A bath toilet was taken out. A new toilet was put in, the same retrofit. A shower is taken out. A new shower is put in. There was a rinky-dink kitchen upstairs, and there was also a mud room downstairs in what was used to be the garage, and it was the 1-bedroom home that I bought. So I said, here we go. We have a kitchen, a sink, and let's get Home Depot to put in a kitchen, which they did. There was not a permit required. So as I continue on, D.
Okay. I think you've been 20 minutes.
If I may discuss the 2014 application and some information about the Santa Fe County Inspector, please?
Yes, and we've read that.
Because that was not in the original.
Oh, no, I read it, that the
No,
2014, the inspector came out and said that there was nothing wrong at your property.
The 2014 inspector would have walked by to see these updated pictures you see as the appraisal. There's not a garage there. He would have walked by this and seen, as you see in the aerial view, the inspector saw the property, and he had a duty to tell my builder, you cannot have more than 1 dwelling on this property. And not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. This is signed by Santa Fe County inspectors. I'm not casting blame. I'm saying I should have been informed that you can't have 2 dwellings. If so, back in 2014, I could have gone back to the seller and had recourse, and the statute of limitations have expired. Not until 2023 am I informed you can't have more than 1 unit. Although I did not build this, they were already there. and that's what was sold to me. So my job here tonight is to reassure you, we're not, in this SLDC spirit, we're not abusing whatsoever water, sewage, the Santa Fe, the Mescalero covenants, and if we were not to vote for a variance tonight, go back and say, undo this, where I have these pictures showing all of the beautiful improvements I've done to this home that the Santa Fe County inspector would have seen in 2014. Undo that would be almost $200,000 to do that. But on top of that, if you're asking me to restore this back to a garage, in 2014, the Santa Fe County did approve a 2-car garage. So I'm left with now 2 garages, and then financially, I would not be able to do that. I'm just wanting my hardest to show and prove I did not do a conversion without anyone's approval. I bought a home that had the living structures, which I improved. And Santa Fe County saw this in 2014. It would have been more helpful to be told that in 2014, where I had recourse, but it's 10 years later. Also, the opposite is true, and that is, as I talked to Penny Ellis Green, who's been very helpful too, and I said, if this variance doesn't go through, am I going to have to expand to 3,000 square feet to have a 1,500 square foot guest house? And she said, sure, you can make it as big as you want. I don't have the money to do that. It would be financial suicide, because this is not Art Barnes in Las Campanas, this is Mescalero Trail, and it would be throwing money out that I don't have anyway to overbuild a house, to abuse the SLDC for having a larger home, and then lose money where you overbuild a house and you're going to sell it with the loss. So that's fatal as well.
So it's time to wrap it up.
Thank you. And then finally, in the last hearing, I had raised my hand 5 times back here, but it was different here where you're sitting here. There was a raised podium or something. You didn't see me back there. I didn't get a chance to rebut. But it was pointed out by the 5th commissioner where it looked like what Penny thought was a 4-1 decision in our favor. This commissioner said, I want to remind the group that a year ago we had a similar situation where a gentleman built a 2-car garage. Well, he didn't say a 2-car garage, he just said we had a similar situation, and although it's financially devastating, we made...
That we did not.
Okay, that's what I thought, and what I heard. Nothing to do with me, and that is, this is a gentleman, I understand, that went against your back and built a 2-car garage, I understand, where I didn't go against your back. I bought a home that was sold to me. These are 2 totally different situations. And the 2-car garage that I built was permitted.
Right, we understand that.
Okay, so I just wanted to be sure. With talking to Penny, it seemed like her announcement there swayed the vote to go against me, and this is something that is unrelated to me whatsoever, no bearing whatsoever, and not a true comparison. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I sent you these pictures here in the back so you can see this is what the Santa Fe County inspector would have seen in 2014. I lay awake in terror and dismay, asking where are my consumer rights from 2013, what I bought, told 10 years later you can't have. The home that I live in, you can't have.
Okay,
So I beg of you, please, to consider the variance, and it's not abusing the properties, as I've done my best to show that it's not.
Thank you, Francis, very much. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Now I'm going to go to a public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak either for or against? Please come forward once Francis gets this stuff moved.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you for an excellent presentation. Okay. You need to be sworn in.
All right, ma'am. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And speaking into the mic, please state your name, your address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Sandra Harding. My address is 2 Lone Pine Ridge, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I am under oath. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I will be brief. I've lived on Apache Ridge Road for 38 years. I'm going to reiterate what I said at the County Planning Commission meeting in August. If you approve this particular variance, it will set a precedent for applications for those who apply for variances in the future. This will add more headaches to the residents of Apache Ridge Road, as well as the county commissioners and the County Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public hearing unless there's anyone else that wants to speak. Okay. You have to be sworn in.
Very quickly, yes. My name is, sorry.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And speaking into the mic, please
My
state
name
your
is-
name and your address.
Sorry. My name is Emerson Hendricks, 35 Mescalero Trail. I just wanted to thank you for listening to us. We are fighting for what I feel like is our home, and that's a very passionate and scary situation for us. It's been difficult over this past several months. I'm a retired school teacher. I could barely keep a roof over my head when I was a teacher. So the hardship of losing a home is a lot. Francis loves Santa Fe. He's a great steward for this county and this city. He brought me here, and I can't even run the dishwasher if it's not full, and we share one car. You know, we really are mindful, and I just wanted to let you know, thank you for listening to us and understanding the hardship and what we've been dealing with. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, a public hearing is closed. And, okay, comments from the board? Okay, I personally, I think you know, I'm willing to give a variance. I think this is a very reasonable request. You did all of this before the code, before the SLDC was enacted. This building existed before then, and so I would like to make a motion to approve in favor of Francis and give him the variance, but all of the conditions that the county asked for, the after-the-fact permit, everything needs to be done. Anything else, Commissioner?
Go right, please finish. I was just going to go after you.
I just wanted to make sure I included everything that the county requested.
Right, and there are only 2 conditions listed, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So do I have a second?
Yes, I mean, this is in my district, and I certainly support that, so I'll second it.
Any other under discussion?
I would love to under discussion, if I may. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that this is a can of worms. I think this gives the owner added rights. He's on a 6-acre lot in a neighborhood that is under 10-acre zoning, so you're effectively turning it to 3-acre zoning in the area. What is now 2 units, maybe 3 units, however you want to call it, will become 4 units. So it would give him the right to build a 4th unit on this property.
No, it doesn't. That's one of the conditions.
One of the conditions is he can't.
He cannot. Okay, well, thank you. In theory, 2 of the units, I don't know if there was a condition that 2 of the neighboring unit could not be a short-term rental. So 2 of those units could become short-term rentals.
They
They have one, I got you, but there's 3 units, and there would be no requirement that 2 of them would become short-term rentals. So anyway, I find that this is sadly not our problem. This is, as he said, a consumer rights issue between this buyer and his realtor. Somebody who buys homes and does things by the books also should look and say, this thing is funky, maybe I should double check whether it's
So it was
compliant.
done before the SLDC was enacted, which is in 2016.
Was it compliant at the time, based on the rules at the time?
I can't answer that.
So that is a question for Jose or this.
I mean, if the inspector came out there in 2014.
Inspectors do not pass judgment on that. That is not their job.
Well, it should be. If they're.
I know, I got you, but it's not their job, right? They inspect whether your roof is good, whether your boiler works, whether your windows work. They are not there to decide.
Well, if they're giving a permit,
No, the inspector's not giving a permit, I don't think.
he was out there for.
Please.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, the 2 units under the old code would have still been a violation. It would have only gotten 1 unit, 1 dwelling unit per that 6 acres. And the inspector that Mr. Phillips was talking about, so Santa Fe County will send out a code enforcement inspector when they come in for a permit prior to construction. And they went out there to inspect just the area where the garage was going to be, not anything else on the property.
Right, and the inspector was probably also could be the home inspector when he buys the house going, oh, look, there's 3 units here. Whether they're legal, they don't pass judgment on that. But
Okay, Commissioner Hughes.
I just wanted to clarify something. If we grant the variance, will he have 2 dwelling units on this lot or 3?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, he will have two dwellings, one at 1,400, one at 1,300 square feet. And there is a studio that staff has acknowledged was on there. And before, when he first came in, it had a kitchen or a kitchenette. So he took out the kitchenette and he rents that studio as a bedroom as part of the other rental that he has, or the 1,340 square foot home, which only has 1 bedroom.
Only 2.
So it's only 1 rental.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So do we need to add a condition apropos of Commissioner Green's concern that they don't create a 3rd dwelling unit out of that other?
It's already there.
Oh, because it says he can't create any more dwelling units. Okay. You think that covers it?
Yes. Okay, so.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
no.
Okay, it's 4-1. Congratulations. Thank you for your diligence and patience. And I think that that's all that we have on the agenda tonight. Is there any other concluding business? Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
So moved.
Second, oh yeah, I seconded.
Thank you. So, just
You
in
can't
case,
discuss that.
Debbie, do you need?
Say
I
aye.
made the motion. Commissioner Hamilton seconded. You got that? Okay. Thank you.
Aye.
Aye. Bye.
Bye.
Come
See you all on
can I
Friday.
vote against adjourning just once?